हाँ, so there now.
एक ही लगा था। एक ही लगा था। हम्म,
तो एक बार नया
ये तो ऐसे नहीं होता। कैमरा सीरियल में
माइक कहाँ से सुनता मैं यही था एडिटोरियल ब्रांड छोड़ दो तो आ जाती तो आ जाती वरना तो आ जाती नहीं हाँ ये ये करते हैं इसको एक्चुअली हमें सॉरी एडिटर मिस्टर व्हाट या सब फिर राइट से मैंने नहीं जाती कहीं भी so that is that because we are and seeking at the same we can make the post in and it was very that is that is that thousand Ah, no, the rate of then when other the time see then have it people who never will read up his read up people really sounds in the lab now. That and next, it's a visit also to welcome you to this tour of the science of effective teaching strategies and methods. After an insightful day one, we are excited to continue our learning journey today with highly relevant and forward-looking session heightened hands-on AI tools for teaching and research. We are truly fortunate to have with us again our esteemed guest and resource person, Mr. Anurag, founder of Net Studios. He is an expert in AI strategy and digital transformation. With a background from IIT Bombay and IIM Bangalore, he has led AI-driven solutions for Fortune 500 companies at Wipro and helped businesses integrate AI effectively. So, your experience, passion, and ability to simplify complex concepts made yesterday's session extremely impactful and insightful. And we all are eager to engage in today's practical hands-on training. I'm sure we all will make the most of this opportunity. And once again, a very warm welcome to you, sir, and to all our participants. Thank you. Requesting sir to continue with today's session.
पीछे की तरफ जी होएगा Yes, sir. Option like interview में यहीं से बेटर सोच रहा था ठीक है सर ठीक है सकता तो Hello, good morning, everyone. Uh, Welcome back. So before I start, I want to check with you. Were you able to apply any of the learnings that we had yesterday for any of your things? So anyway, today we're going to learn a few more things, and today's session is going to be much more hands-on. Uh, so please make sure that you have connectivity to the internet and you're able to access the websites that we were discussing yesterday. Mainly, we'll be using ChatGPT. We'll use a couple of other tools today, um, and see like how we can leverage them for different things. So the idea today is the very first session. What we are going to do is we're going to create some course material, right? So what I would suggest is keep a course idea in mind. Uh, I would say think of it like this: that this is a 4 week course, not like a full fledged semester course. It could even be like a 1 week course which has like 2 or 3 sessions. So be clear about that in your mind. Like I said, more information that we can provide to ChatGPT, better response it is going to give. And we are going to go through the entire process, right from creating course outline to creating content for the course. And I would start with a disclaimer saying that, we are doing it this way because we are learning AI. Generally, this is now not how it is done, right? Like we have 80% of the thoughts about what we do in the course in our head, and we need help only with the 20% of the things. But since we are just learning about what is art possible with AI, we try to create an entire course using AI. But that is, I would say, that's not a best practice. Generally, we should use AI where it is required. A good practice is you are all experts in your field, so that is not where you need ChatGPT's help. But sometimes for a specific thing, uh, which is like maybe you'll have to reach out to somebody else to get their input or to get their help. I would say that is the first place where we can assignment, create study guide or student notes. Like depending on what is the level of the student, or we can even personalize it to each and every student. Create some lecture slides, create assessments, and even evaluation rubrics, right? And we will also see how we can integrate, NEP guidelines, what is required from an credential point of view, or Bloom's taxonomy, and all of those elements can also be integrated in course creation using ChatGPT. So the main tools that we'll be using is ChatGPT. So please make sure that you're able to access it. Create a login if you have not created already, because without creating a login, we'll not be able to upload documents. We will use some amount of notebook and MS Word. So we'll get started. So let's start by creating a course plan, right? So I have created a basic prompt template. Morally, they have access to the slides also, right? No, you not have to bring it. So anyway, I think you can take it from here. And the thing is, you don't have to copy the exact thing. Only the meaning should be same, right? So let's try out this prompt and see what kind of results we get first, and then we can keep tweaking this prompt further, right? So the prompt is pretty simple. So design a 4-month course plan for any subject that you want. Please specify the level of the student, whether it's like first year, a BTech student, or like a PhD student, or it's like 12th standard student. We have to clearly articulate that, and then we can say anything, right? For example, here I have mentioned that include weekly themes, outcomes, suggested activities to make learning more engaging and interactive. If you have a different philosophy in mind that you want to have interactive exercises or icebreaker session in each and every course, you can also include that, right? So please try out this prompt. I will also work on this along with you. Yes, ma'am. Screen capture. Screen capture. आगे picture complete. So Right? So the prompt that I am using is design a 4-week course plan for prompt engineering 101. So let's say that's the course I'm working on. For first year computer science students, include weekly themes, outcomes, and suggest activities to make learning more interactive. Right? That I would like to make changes to. So introduction to prompt engineering looks okay to me. Right? It has also included icebreaker activity, which I think is very good. Right, so assessment also is like participation 30% marks, mini project 40% marks, mini project is presentation 30% marks. So you can replace this with if you have something in your head, right? So you might have like a scoring criteria in your mind that you midterms are going to be so much, interns are going to be so much, quiz is going to be so much, how many assessments you're going to do. You can move them to follow them and then provide it back to ChatGPT. So I'm suggest you do this step because going forward we are going to use this information also in the subsequent activities we are going to. So like have a couple of iterations, reach something which is like which you are okay with. So I think I only have one observation. I'm just saying that rather than having two 1.5 hour sessions, I will do three sessions of 45 minutes each per week. confident that, I have put most of the information in it. And the kind of output I'm getting is in line with what I have in mind. Right? So generally it's like whenever we are doing something like this, we have a vague idea about what we want the course to be. We have a vague idea about what the structure should be. We just need to fill the rest of the information. And for that, ChatGPT is very good, right? So let's say I had this conversation. I'm pretty okay with it. Now I can go and tell ChatGPT, for example, so it's like we had a course plan. Then after that, we made some observation. Like in my case, there's only one law. But if you have like some 10 observations, you can put all of them as well. So now I can say, can you give me final course plan? So all the little changes that we have made and everything, all the conversation that we have had with ChatGPT, it is going to factor all of it in and then give us a final course plan. So as you can see, previously there were two sessions of 1.5 hours each. Now it has changed it to three sessions per week of 45 minutes each for 4 weeks. Similarly, if you want it in any other particular format that you're comfortable with, if we have a template for a course plan, you can also share it with ChatGPT and it's going to factor all of that information. So it has even given me a breakdown of what will be covered in week 1, week 2, session 1, session 2, session 3. Right? And once you're happy with it, what I would say is please put a copy of it in a Word document rather than leaving it here because we'll be using it further. And we can copy it in a notepad. Generally, that is what I like to do because it preserves the formatting and everything. I'll remove the additional things that ChatGPT has added, like of course the first line and the last line. So this is so I don't need these bonus ideas and tiny notes as well. I just need homework suggestions. Till then it's fine. So I remove the rest of the information. So now this has become kind of like a document which has our course plan. And later on, what we can do is when we are discussing more about this course plan, we can share this entire document with ChatGPT. So what will happen is ChatGPT will understand everything about this particular course that we have worked through. Is everybody able to do this? You all of us have a document about the course plan. Like, great. So then we'll move on to the next step, right? So the next one is course creation. So it's like I've created a simple prompt here again. So it's like generate 5 multiple choice questions on any topic with answer explanation suitable for whatever grade you want. So what I would suggest is let's copy this prompt. I would say start a new chat. We can only continue on this because we are discussing the same course. But it might so happen that you have to come back to this chat again, or you want to work on it on the next day, and you don't have access to this chat. So I'm just show you like how exactly it can be done. So we'll start a new chat. Paste the prompt here. Let's specify our course. And after this, I would say add one more line. course facts, right? Here is what I want to cover. And then I can even specify like what is the student level and other things, all the information I can. I have around 10,000. So first it is given an outline of what each and every slide is going to contain. I can make like slide edits, like I can move them around if I want in a different data order. I can add any topic if I want on a particular to add a particular slide in between. I can do all those things and then I can go and click on generate slide. So we can generate up to 40 slides at once using Microsoft Copilot. And this is also a tool which is under active development. Going for slowly, it is getting better day by day. Currently, it uses the same technology that ChatGPT is using, but from the latest news, what I can understand is they're exploring other models as well, right? So slowly, this they are Microsoft is putting a lot of effort in this one product to make it as useful as possible. So it takes some time, but as you can see, it has created an outline now uh, of all the slides that will be included here. And as you can see, this is actually a very good starting point for our use. So this is a slide we just came to, right? So what is the agenda for today? It is also included things like matter, like we were mentioning in those idea, and it has added animation, images, and everything. And if you want a slightly different theme, so you can go to design and basically make changes, right? So you need to change the theme as well. So this deck, to create this deck, it might have taken us a day or two, and then we will keep tweaking it. But to build it this way, at least the version one, the first draft, can create like on the fly. So, and I mean, this is where the time saving comes from. So, if you would have started from a blank deck, I would say the 80% of time you would have just, spent in creating that first draft. And the 20% of the time you would have spent in creating draft to draft three in the final draft. But now we can save that 80% of the time to create draft one and actually use it to modify it further on top of it. So, I mean, please also keep it in mind, like, if your college comes up with renewal of your Microsoft Office, then I think Office 365 has some amazing features. And like I said, they are not developing the other Office applications anymore. They're completely focusing on Office 365. So please check it out because I think this can be really useful. So again, disclaimer, the idea is not that you create the text for your all the courses using completely using AI, but use it as and when required, right? So I would say, I mean, I will never use the deck and check it out of Copilot as is. I'll just use it as draft one and I'll keep making changes to it. Still, I am happy with, that it is in line with what I had. But it does a very good job. I mean, for a first draft, I would say it's a very good starting point. And this can be done for like literally any topic that you want to discuss. Other than that, I have this option called designer. So, for example, if you have a slide, you can just randomly put your content on this particular slide and then go to designer. So you can see the designer option is available here. So we have home, the fourth tab is design, and in the end we see this designer tab. So when you click on this designer tab, basically it provides us like alternate designs for the same slide. Let me see first some of the slide. Um, so for example, we can make changes to the design very fast. So we can put the content like an outline of what we want and ask Microsoft to design it for us rather we having to spend time on it. And this includes animation and everything as well. So next, we'll have a look at how can we do assessment creation. Uh, so assessment creation again depends on course to course and what subject we're discussing. You might want to have like a case study solution, or maybe you want to have like multiple choice questions. Again, we can create all of them using this. So let's have a look at one of them. And again, so you will have access to these slides. So it will act like kind of like a prompt library that you can refer to and use these prompts. So since I'm using the same chat again, I would have to specify course and other information. So create an assignment that evaluates students' understanding of, I will just say lecture one, limit and expected outcomes. So if you have any other limitations, you can also specify. I'll show you one more prompt after this. So it has created a very good assignment. But like yesterday, we were discussing that we have any NEP guidelines now. We have NAC guidelines. We also have basically Bloom's taxonomy. We have outcome-based education. So we can also specify all of those things here, right? And if ChatGPT does not understand them, basically we can ask ChatGPT, can you go online find more information about Bloom's taxonomy? Or like outcome-based education. So it can go and understand exactly what those terms stand for, right? And then we can basically integrate them as well. So for example, I think in the next slide, I have another prompt, right? So ask to tailor the assessment for Bloom's level, right? So I'll just copy this. So tailor the assessments for Bloom level and learning outcomes. And you can even specify other information here. So now it has created a Bloom aligned version. So it's like hello one, learning outcome one, basically define what the LM is. And if we go down further, so Bloom based, right? Assessment group based. So it has created everything for us. Right? Do you think this is helpful? Because I think a lot of time what happens is we have a course outline, but we don't know like, okay, how can we make it for Bloom level and like, based on the learning outcomes that might be there. And generally, we have like a degree level goal and a course level goal. So if you want to align the course with the degree level goal, so all of those things can also be done using this. And generally, it does a very good job, almost for all the subjects that we have. So again, like it is asking me, you want to create slightly more challenging version of this evaluation. If you want to do that, like I mean, the possibilities are endless. So depending on what we need, we can basically ask it. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Well, that you need to PowerPoint. So this is Copilot application. Within Microsoft PowerPoint also there is another Copilot. So let's see if it is available. I think you have Office 365, so can you do the PowerPoint? No, ma'am, it's not there right now. I think this is not 65, sorry. So, yes, ma'am, but I think this is an older version. Can you click on the icon here? Right? So, this is not 365, ma'am. It looks different to me. Yes, ma'am. So, this might be an older version. So again, just like how we created the assessment just now, right? In line with Bloom's taxonomy, we can also create evaluation rubrics, right? And what I also like to do is basically I like to create a rubric, and I can even use ChatGPT to evaluate essay kind of questions. But again, that comes with a disclaimer, right? Generally, we should not outsource evaluation to an AI, especially when you want to understand what are the weak points of a student. But it can be a very useful tool when, let's say, we want to go through 100 essays, and we know that in this at least there will be 10 students who will need lot of handholding. So using this tool like this, basically we can quickly find out who those 10 students are, right? So yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So I think in this one, we might have some option. Generally, it should show up here. It's a so it says co-pilot. Like this is just control. So no, this is not actually this is a byte. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yeah. It's a subscription-based model. We have to pay per month or two. Yes, ma'am. Let me check. Yeah. So, all this we started seeing the costs. Trying these data in the price, I think it's important to be started with. Just have yes, sir. They, yes, sir. Yes. So you have which one? Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. Mhm. Sure. So there is a Google Classroom actually. Yes, ma'am. Yes, so I'll ask this moment to upload it there. Okay, just give So we upload this on the Google Classroom, so all of us can have access to the prompts that we are mentioning right now. Just give us some time, so we'll do it right. So we are looking at evaluation rubric. So again, we can create evaluation rubric, and like I said, we don't have to go with the default option that ChatGPT gives us. We can specify, do you want to follow any framework, come up with this rubric, right? And what basically it is like a score of 1 to 5, or like poor, medium, average. Like how do we want to evaluate a particular student? We can specify a lot of those things. And similar to the rubric, we can also ask it to provide feedback. So let's say we have asked students to write an article, and we know that what are the three things we are going to evaluate that student on. So let's say we are going to evaluate the structure of the article, the content of the article, and let's say their communication, like the way they have written the article. So we can say, okay, you have to evaluate them based on this, and we can also specify what are the sub things that we want to evaluate each and every one of them. Or if you want, we can also provide a scheme that if the students have included these things, give them so many marks. So we can provide all that information and then provide students article to the chat GPT, and can also evaluate them for us. But like I said, they should always be human oversight. So even if we're using something like ChatGPT to evaluate answers, we should make sure that we are actually making sure that it is in line with how we want it to evaluate it, rather than putting it on autopilot. Because one of the things that might end up happening later on is students are using AI to create their assignments. We are using AI to evaluate their answers, right? So it's basically just two AIs talking to each other, and like nobody's benefiting from it. Other than maybe open AI, you will get one part. Okay, so the slides are uploaded on Google Classroom. So please have a look. So I think broadly that is what I wanted to discuss. That this is all which is possible today using free tools, right? This is not even like we're using some paid tools here. So based on thing, what do you think? Like, what are the things that surprised you about the exercise that we did, or what is something that you thought was like really helpful here? Presentation. Okay. Yeah, that's true. True. So was there anything like you thought like maybe ChatGPT won't be able to do, but it did quite well? So, and what do you think is lacking, right, in this process? Maybe the way ChatGPT did, or the way like I perform these activities. Like, how would you have gone about it? Like knowing what you know now for prompt engineering as a process about building all this course content and things like that. Or is there something missing in my process? Wrong and something that you have to actually be very careful when we put it. Yes, ma'am. Not yes, necessarily when happens after every command is different. Yes, ma'am. Out will be totally different. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. So one of the ways that I like to do it is like when I'm creating a course outline or something like this. So generally, I like to put all of those all on paper, right? If not on paper, I just make an audio note on my phone. So I just speak for like 2 minutes. Yes. This is where the Latinized, we don't sit down. Yes. We just create something to second. Exactly. We don't plan and we don't give a framework. Exactly. So it's not even like we need to have like a formal planning methodology, right? So generally what happens is like turn on my audio note when I have an idea. And okay, so this is exactly what my idea is, what I had in mind. Then like I showed you the notebook element, right? I can upload it on notebook element. Notebook LM transcribes it in English, right? And then basically I can give it to ChatGPT and say, okay, I have this course idea in mind. These are my initial thoughts. Can you create a course outline? So all that information that is like I had put down as an audio note, all of that is factored in creating the course. So there are a few more tools that I wanted to discuss. So one of the main issues that we have when we're creating slides specifically is, can we create those beautiful diagrams explaining a particular concept, right? So Napkin AI is one of the best tools which is out there to create graphics. Please have a look at it. So we'll do an exercise. So just go and search for Napkin AI. It is NAPKAN AI. You will need to create an account for this. It's so how it works is basically they have something called as napkins. So basically, one napkin is one document. So I will log into this website. It's called Napkin AI. So it's called napkin because generally when we're creating diagrams, when we are brainstorming, we scribble on a napkin, right? The paper napkin. That's why they call themselves Napkin AI. It's like I'm having an issue with it. Just give me a minute. Are you able to access napkin? Right. I think your website is down. So we will have a later on. Not working, right? It's not able to sign in. Yes, ma'am. So we can unlock it doesn't need to later on. So let's have a look at other tools in there. But I think napkin AI is a very good tool. So we should definitely discuss it later on. So we can use ChatGPT for a couple of other things. So let's have a look at like what we can do. So Draw.io is a tool which we can use to create diagrams. So you can go and check it out what it looks like. Have you used this before? Draw.io? So basically, we can create diagrams here. So it's like whether we want to create a flow chart or whether we want to create a mind map. So we can create any form of diagram, right? So basically, we can create a diagram here, and then we can share it with students if we have a conceptual diagram. So one of the ways that we can use ChatGPT with Autotio, there is no direct integration between the two, but there is a way to do it. So this is how generally I like to do it. So like I said, the very first thing is we should tell ChatGPT exactly what we are doing. So I'll go ahead and ask ChatGPT. So it's like what file format does Autotio use? So it can go ahead and, as you can see, searching online, it also understands it. So it uses Go.io. So let's use the second option here. Guys. So I put this response. Okay. So now I'll go ahead and ask it, can you create a Go.io file? Or rather, give it the exact format. So it will say that, yes, it can create a Go.io file, and it is giving an example of what it looks like. So next, it's specifying, how exactly to go about it. This is, and then you can write it in Python and all that. This is not relevant to us. I just want to know whether it can create it or not. So I'll give it a simple example of a diagram. So can you create a flow chart to identify it's a given number is a prime number, right? A very simple use case. So now it's explaining that, okay, this is what we will do. This is also, so let it work out the solution for us. So all this code is not relevant to us, and maybe it's showing this code to me because it knows that I am a developer as well. So maybe it will not show the code to you. But what I'll go ahead and say is, can you give me, or like, can you give it to me as a file? So now you can see that it is basically writing a code which is going to generate this file for us. And then we should be able to download this file and import it in product. So similarly, if you have if you want to create a brainstorming diagram or any other flow chart or any figure as such. So this is one way to do it. So it has you can download it here. So try and check flowchart.gov.il and I'll remove this. And then I can go import from device. This is the diagram this is the file we just created. Looks like there is an error. So we can go and tell ChatGPT, there's an error in this file. Because sometimes we run into issues. So like there is an error. And we'll specify what the error is. So it has given me another file now called fix.raw.io. So let me see if I can import this one. So just like I would be having a conversation with a colleague, right? So it is like it gave me a file. The file is not working for me. So I went back, told that, hey, I'm getting this error. Then it gave me another file, I'm not able to download it. So I asked it to give it to me again. It was, I didn't work out. So I'm like, hey, can you create this file again and give it to me? So let's see if this file works out. Generally, it does. Like I really run into this kind of issue. But let's see. So we have a new file now. I'm trying to import it. And we have a flowchart here. So the good thing about doing it this way is if you want to change this diagram later on, if you want to add more information, this is a completely editable diagram, right? So generally, if we ask you to just create an image, we don't have this kind of flexibility. So another great tool other than Plot.io is something called as mermaid chart. So if you have a look at mermaid charts also look a little more appealing than how Plot.io looks like. So what we can say is we can go back here. So it has given me some code. This code is not going to work. I'll get it because it has put in a code block. So I'll say, so I can copy this code, then go to Mohammed charts. So on the left hand side, we can see that we can add code here. And as soon as I've added the code, I can get the chart here. And then even this code can be made editable by going to the playground. So as you can see, it's the same chart, which is identifying whether the given number is prime or not. And if I want to make changes to it, maybe add another thing, so all of that is possible. So in the first version, I was able to get ChatGPT to create for me. So, for example, in marketing, if you want to create a marketing funnel, right? If in economics we want to create like a flow chart about how this entire thing works, right? If you want to show like a process flow diagram of how it is being managed in different channels. So all of those diagrams can be created using ChatGPT. So generally, how it works is either it will create that file for us that we can download and then open it in the corresponding application, or basically it will give us the code which we can copy paste, right? And we are not developers, so how do we keep a human oversight? So rather than focusing on the code, we can focus on what is the process that ChatGPT followed, right? So it will specify, okay, so this is how I'm going to do it. This is the process. We can have a look at it here as well. So initially, what it did was it explained exactly what it is going to do. So here it has clearly articulated, what this flowchart is going to be about. So it's going to be start input number and n is less than one. then it's not a crime, so on and so forth. So we can evaluate this part. And if we have evaluated this part, then we can be pretty sure that the output that it is generating is also going to be correct. Can you think of some use cases for this in your course to create diagrams like this? So, ma'am, can you go to mermaid, just search for mermaid crab? So, create name. Uh, just search for I'll give you the exact URL. So, there are two mermaids. So, one is called Mermaid Playground and one is called Mermaid Charts. So, Mermaid Playground looks something like this. So, can you create a new? Yes. So, can you create a new start editing? Uh, right, so this is one which is already there. So, create um, so you can select diagram. Just choose, or you can cancel this. Yes. So you can add the coding. So whatever coding you have copied, you can in ChatGPT. Yes, yes, yes. So can you think of any use case of creating diagrams like this? Yes, ma'am. They should have two guys. Yes. In the That's good. They should just be able to download it. So I'll see if the light feed is better here. Okay, so in Broader.io, when we create a new file, the second option that we see is called generate. Are you able to see this option? So basically, this is also generative AI. So only thing is, we have a way to modify the diagrams that is created using ChatGPT. Here we just create a diagram and we don't have any ability to basically modify it further than have decision. So we can specify what we want a diagram for. So let's say, identify your triangle. As you can see in the generate, we can add it there itself. And then it will try to create a diagram for us based on our problem. But generally, I don't like to use it because, like I said, sometimes it requires to and fro in a discussion on what exactly to include in the diagram. This way, I get a little, it's like I don't get the same amount of flexibility as I do when I'm talking with ChatGPT. While it is creating this diagram, okay, it has some issue, but like this is one way to do it. Similarly, in even in Mermaid, when we create a new diagram, we have an option to even provide a prompt. Yes. So similarly, like we can specify here what diagram we want and to be able to create the same diagram. But like I said, I will have a little less flexibility if I'm doing it this way. But these are some of the options which are available to us. So now talking about latex. So basically, latex used to be industry standard when we used to submit research papers. Now slowly it's falling out of use. But sometimes to format our equations or format our diagrams, we still use latex. So if we want help with that, we can again use ChatGPT for it. So similarly, we can go to ChatGPT and say, so there is this app called Heroku app, which is basically we can put it in, keep the code on latex and we can generate PDFs from it, right? So this is the default text, so it can come as a PDF that we can download. But let's say we want to create our own code for this. We don't understand exactly how latex works or what latex syntax is. So we can pass that on to ChatGPT. We can just tell ChatGPT that I want this content in a latex format. The prompt is pretty simple. So can you give me Newton's laws in latex format in a code block? So basically, this is what a code block is, right? So I can simply copy from here and please include full code for the document. So it has created this code for me. So I can simply go and paste it in a latex editor or a latex like application that you might have. And when you try to generate a PDF from it, So as you can see, it has basically given us what we needed. So and we can download this document and we have our latest document ready for us. Okay. So generally, if you want to, sorry, yes. Okay. So Heroku, so I'm using Heroku app here because I just want to show it in my browser. But if it is not working for an application, you can specify that, I'm using this particular application. So can you provide me a note for that? Right. Right. Are there any more questions? How? Yes, yes. So to begin our so so generally when we used to convert into latex, it required us to know a lot of different syntax. So the reason we used to use it becomes very easy to write equations like this, right? But now generally Word is able to do it, so we don't use latex so much. But if we have a need, we're not familiar with the syntax, basically this is one way to do it. And these are just some of the examples, right? If you run into an issue where you need to write some amount of code, so basically ChatGPT can do. We just have to specify what we want it to do and what application we are using. Right. So now you will have access to this PPT. So you have bank that you can rely on, right? And these are just like some of the use cases. If you ever run into an issue where you need to write it in a particular format or in a particular syntax, I would say please try out with ChatGPT. Generally, it does a very good job, right? So even like I'll show you a slightly advanced use case of what is even possible. So let's say I want to create a simple web page for my profile, right? Maybe my college permits me that I can have this one web page where I put my information over there. So I'll do a very simple thing. So let's say I go to LinkedIn, right? So in LinkedIn I can basically download my profile. So I'll go to resources, save my profile as a PDF. So now I have my profile as a PDF document. So now I can go to ChatGPT again. So it's creating in Python. Just give me a second. So I can even like if I want to include different things, I can be very clear about it. So now it's writing this code for me. So even if I'm not a web developer, creating a simple website becomes very easy for me to use. And as you can see, it has picked up my email address, all the relevant things, my company website, and everything. And let's give it some time and see how this web page looks like. Right? So let's preview it. And I have a website ready. And if I want to make some changes to it, so let's say so it's not even like I'm talking in a very technical language. I'm just saying make it more visually appealing. Or I can say, add this, move this. I can have that kind of conversation. I don't even need to have a look at the code and it'll make those changes for me. And then I can simply download this file as a .html and then basically upload wherever I can so that it's available. So previously, if I had to do this, basically I need to find somebody who understands how to create an HTML code, CSS, JavaScript, and all of those things. But here I can just have a conversation and we'll create for it. So I think it's ready. So let's have a look at it. So now as you can see, it has done a decent job. So if I have a conversation like this, at least like 5 or 6 weeks, I can keep saying, add a menu bar, maybe add a heading section and all of that. If I have a screenshot, I can even share. Can you make it look like the screenshot, right? So I can even like add lines. But it's good for simple use cases. I cannot build an application like Facebook or right? Because that requires a lot of code. But if I want to create a simple use case, then this is possible. So with that, I think we will move on to the next session. So it is mainly around data analytics and reporting. So I'm guessing irrespective of what field we are in, we have to deal with Excel sheets some point or other, and we all have to like create graphs or like create reporting and maybe do some form of data analytics. So ChatGPT also does a very good job of doing data analytics for us. There are multiple ways to do it. So we look at some of them. So for this exercise, basically we have these three files available to us. So please make sure that you have these files so we can do a hands-on. Let me know if you're able to download this file. It should be there in the Google Classroom, right? So the very first thing is when we are dealing with a Excel sheet, we need to write formulas to do data analytics, right? And we cannot remember all the different formulas that Excel has. So generally, what we do is we go to Google, search and then okay, how do you find average of number in Microsoft Excel, and then copy paste those formula and make those changes accordingly. This is another way of doing it. So let me just open this file first, right? So this is a very simple Excel sheet. So let me enlarge it. So basically, we have student ID, we have a section name, English, maths, and science. So now, if I give this to ChatGPT, first and foremost, these marks are out of 30, and it's not very obvious from it. So I'll have to explicitly tell ChatGPT that it's out of 30. It's same as like if I give this sheet to somebody else, they might think it is out of 50 or 100 because this is not clearly articulated here. So that is like one point which I'll have to tell ChatGPT. So one way of doing this, so let's say you are very particular that this is a student data which I should not share with ChatGPT. So one way to do this is basically we can just copy the first row, go to ChatGPT, right, and then paste it here. It will also paste it as an image. So let's leave that in so that it has a better idea about what it looks like. And now what I'm going to do is, so I have an Excel sheet, right? So let's say I want, so I'll also specify uh, column G, right? So column G is going to be this one. Let's go with a simple one, which is the total marks. So total marks for column G is going to be sum D to F2. You can just copy and paste this. If I'm not familiar, even gives me detailed instructions that click on cell G to enter this thing, things like that. So I can come here, paste the formula, and it works in this. So now let's look at a slightly difficult use case that rather than doing total, what we are going to do is we'll say that I want to calculate percentages. So in column G, or let's say we'll go to the next column, so let's say column H, right? And I will also specify all the marks are out of 30. So it is understood that all the marks are out of 30, which means a total is 90. And then we can go here. So this is going to be the formula. So now in H2, we can calculate percentage by using G2. So I can go and calculate this formula here and percentage as well. Right? So now I can even go and say that, in column I, I want to have grades. And then I can specify that, if it's like, let's say, more than 80%, then it is A. If it is, let's say, greater than 50%, it is going to be B. If it is, let's say, greater than 25%, it's going to be C. And if it is less than that, then let's say it's going to be an F. So it's explaining its understanding to me. I was not very clear. So, okay, so between 50 to 80, it will be B, between 75 to 50, it will be C. And I can go back and similarly copy this formula. And I can have grades for all the students. So if you need to do complex analysis, basically it can create the formulas for us. Yes, ma'am. No, no. So I'll show you OpenAI. So I copied and pasted those columns so that it gets context about what I'm trying to do. Is it? Let me see. I can. Yeah. Hmm. Are you all you also have to provide what we're trying to do in them. So you can say, please this yes. So I'll show you the formula. It's a different file map. So we look at this file. This is a lot. It's slightly complicated. So we look at it. So I'll show you the prompt again. If you don't think about it. So like I said, we need to provide as much information as possible to ChatGPT. So in the very first prompt, so I specified that I have an Excel sheet, so it knows what tool I'm using, right? So basically, if it's like Google Sheets, then it's going to be a different formula. Or if I'm using some other tool, it will be a different formula. So I clearly specified that I have an Excel sheet with following columns, and then I also specified what I want to do. So it's like I have an Excel sheet with following columns. I want to add a column G, which is total marks, right? And then I provided what are the different columns. So from this, it is able to infer that column A is student ID, column B is section. If I have lot more columns, I can even specify that column A is this, column B is this, column C is this. And this use case is mainly when you are like a little worried that this is the data I should not share with OpenAI. So this is a slightly complex way of doing the same thing. An easier way of doing this is basically you can upload the Excel file itself, right? So we can go upload the file here. So student data. And then basically after uploading, we can ask Excel sheet. I'm asking, tell me more about this file to see that we are the ChatGPT understands what I'm trying to do here. So the file student data.xls6, it has like basically these columns. It has marks, and then I can even say that right. I'll just copy paste from the previous one. And then I will say, please note that marks are out of 50. Otherwise, it might take out of 50. So again, my prompt is a little vague. So either ChatGPT can calculate grades for each subject or total grade. I have not specified it clearly. So let's see what it has done. So we have student ID, section, name, English, maths, science, total, and percentage grades. It calculated all of this information for us. And like we did before, we can say, can you give it as a file check now? So and we have a new Excel sheet which basically has all of it for us. So rather than we having to do all of those steps manually, basically ChatGPT did all that for us. All we had to tell it is basically the outcome that we have in mind, right? We basically knew at an Excel sheet where we have a column for grades. So how will it go from the input to the output? All of that was figured out by ChatGPT always. So this is like another way that we can do data analytics. Another way that we can do this is basically using Copilot itself. So let me open another file here. So generally, if you're using Copilot, these files need to be downloaded online. So we have the same file here. So what I do is I will go, then I have this option called Copilot. Looks like there's an issue there. So let me try to open it online. Okay, so I'll just delete this column so we can work it out. Go to Copilot again. And then we get some of the options out of the box. As you can see, we can create formula, we can understand this, we can do advanced analytics, we can apply color and formatting just by talking to this bot, right? So I can say I want a column for total mass. So now it's giving me some idea that, hey, this is what I have done. Does this look okay? I can say, this is fine. Can you insert this column? And it has added a column for total marks for us. So similarly, I can even do for grades. Let's give me a second. But again, I prefer using ChatGPT or Copilot because of the flexibility. So here I can only do what it permits me to do. But whereas when I'm using ChatGPT, I can pretty much do anything I want. So as you can see, let's come up with some formula and we can go ahead and insert this column as well. And we can get grades. So, but we'll have to make sure that these are in line because I think there's an issue here. But I mean, this is how we can go ahead and use it in Excel sheets as well. And if we don't have Copilot, that is not really a limitation. Anything that we can do with Copilot, we can do with ChatGPT as well. And by the way, Copilot is using ChatGPT in the backend. So it is built on top of ChatGPT. It is not like a separate tool altogether. So this makes like doing data analytics like a breeze. So previously we might have like a lot of issues. Okay, what are the different things we need to figure out? We can basically provide the input and we can tell the ChatGPT that okay, this is the input. This is what I have right now. From this, I want to be here. So this is the output I want. So that middle part of how do we go from input to the output, that can basically be taken care by ChatGPT. We can just have a look at the approach it has taken. If the approach looks all right, then the output is also going to be like in line with what we had in mind. So this was a very simple use case, but I hope it was useful, right? Finding Excel formulas is like I think one of the toughest things. Sometimes, so another thing that we can do. So I also have provided chat link in these cases, so you can basically go and have a look at like what are the how do we go about it. So you can see you can upload the file here, provide it, and you can basically. So you can go and have a look at these chats later on if you want to. Slightly advanced use case. So I have a sheet here which is a lot bigger. So this is basically detail of CBSE schools. I think in Karnataka or all over the country. I think yeah. So it's a list of CBSE schools in in the country. And if you see how many data we have around 20,000 gigabytes, right? So sometimes we get data like this when we find some specific information from this. So we have to either fill. So another way that we can do this is basically use ChatGPT's help with this. So for example, here uh, we will try to understand what this Excel sheet is about and how we can use it. So let's go and upload that file. I would say you also try this by yourself, see what kind of insights you're able to get from this. Right? This Excel sheet is available to you. So schooldetails.csv. So first prompt is telling me about this file. And this is important so that we are on the same page. That the chat GPT's understanding is in line with what our understanding is. So if it makes any mistake, we can say, okay, I think you understood this thing wrong. Most of the time we get it right, but like I said, that one time when it gets it wrong, we will be able to find out like why it is going wrong. So it has done a very good job. So there are like 20,365 rows and almost 144 columns, right? And it has also classified these columns for us. So to identify, basically, we have affiliate number, state, district, region. Then it has location. So which is like basically address, pin code, and it will also say that we also have a column for nearest railway station. Then affiliation and history. And this looks like pretty good. So basically, these things look fine to me. So now let's say I want to make a list of all the colleges or all the schools which are in Bangalore. right? So, so it started looking online. So that is not what we want. So let's specify clearly from the uploaded file. So it is writing a bunch of code. So if you want what is the code it is writing, you can go and have a look at it. So basically, it is saying that any district which contains the word Bangalore or address which contains Bangalore. So it is going to basically filter out those columns, those goods. So if I think that is a very good approach to do this. So we can also have a look at the approach it is taking. It's not just like we have to just accept with the final output it's giving us. And after that, it has provided us a list of all the schools in Bangalore. So if we had to do it manually, it would be a very tedious process. So for example, I'll show you like how we do it manually also. And it requires like multiple steps. So first I'll have to go and click on this, turn it into a data, filter it out, then go find district, put a text filter, then I'll have to say contains, and then I have it. So it's like 4 to 5 steps I was able to reduce. And again, like now it is possible that some of them are marked as Bangalore, some of them are marked as Bengaluru, and all of those nuances. So I'll have to explain to ChatGPT about those nuances if it has not picked up on them by themselves. But I think this is another great way of doing analysis, right? So again, let's say I'm interested in basically schools which have a swimming pool in Bangalore. So there is a column for swimming pool as well. So I'll go ahead and ask So basically, it is identified that there is this column called F dash swimming pool, and only when it is yes, then basically you have to teach it. And then again, it is able to give me this list. Like I said before, I can clearly tell it that give it to me as an Excel file which I can download, and then I can access it. So I think this makes our work a lot easier. And I would say these are not like our core work, but something that we have to do either for our research or just for the just for operations. Right? So we can offload the heavy lifting to ChatGPT, and we can be at a high level, like at a strategy level or at a level about what we will actually do. And any heavy lifting or any data analytics that we want, we can like offload it to ChatGPT. So that is one use case. So we can also understand data. For example, the very first thing that we did here was upload the Excel file and then tell me more about. So if there's anything specific that you want to know, for example, let's say, hey, I want to find out all the schools in Bangalore who have a swimming pool. So how will I go about doing that using this data sheet? So it will even tell you an approach that, okay, there is a column for this, there is a column for this. I think we can filter it out and then we get that information. So any specific use case that you might have, we clearly articulate it to ChatGPT, and it will basically follow those instructions and give us something which is useful. So we have one more file. This is another student-specific file. It's called studentscores.csv. This is also quite a big file. So let me open it. So basically, in this file, we have name, email address, gender, part-time, whether they're doing a part-time job, how is their attendance, do they do extracurriculars, study hours, what are their career aspirations, what are they score in different subjects, and things like that, right? And if we have a look at how many data entries we have, so it is going to be somewhere around 2,000 students. So what kind of insights can we draw from this? It could be either like a research data set, or maybe we have a PTA meeting and we have to find some insights from this data, those kind of things. So let's go create a new chat window, upload this file. So tell me about this data set. So generally, I like to start with explain to me what this file is about. So the data set contains academic and personal information of 2,000 students with the following characteristics. So they are like demographic and background information. There is academic score and highlights from things like that. And what does the sample data looks like? It has given some very good insights. So let me go and ask what kind of insights. So what kind of insights can I get from this? So it says, basically we can get descriptive insights, which is basically like a performance distribution, study habits and performance, impact, absence, extracurricular activities, do students and activities perform better or worse academically. So all these insights can be basically found from this given data set. We can find correlation between, do students who perform well in maths also do well in physics. These are like some of the examples. I'm sure like for your data set, you have something in mind. So then I can go ahead and say, uh, can you do all this analysis for me? Like I am intentionally being vague. We can be as specific as we want to be. So correlation between student scores. So I mean, I don't think this will even be possible to do this kind of analysis in Excel sheet. So what is the correlation between, let's say, history scores and math scores? So we can get all of those insights like just by writing a few lines of text, right? So here's an heat map showing the correlation, and we can go and ask specifically, right? Is there a correlation between, let's say, attendance and total marks? So it's like the absent days versus total mark and a correlation of minus 0.23, which effectively means people who are absent more generally tend to score less marks. Right? So all these kind of data analytics that we want is like it goes out of the box. So again, like let's say so any kind of analysis we want, whether we want to do gender analysis, whether we want to do like correlation analysis. So all of that like works out of the box. It's like distribution of math scores, so we can see that most of the students are getting somewhere around 90%. So these kind of insights can easily be drawn using ChatGPT. So we can even go ahead and do things like this. There is a PTA meeting now. Uh, what kind of insights? So it's like there's a PTA meeting coming along. What kind of insights would be useful? So we can say average scores per subject, top and bottom performance, student difficulty index, and all of these things are possible. So next I'll go ahead and say, can you create detailed uh, info form including charts? So it has created a detailed report for us. So average score per subject, right? So it is like different slides. Average score per subject, weekly study hours versus total marks. So it's like people who have like more study hours generally tend to get higher marks, right? Absent days versus total marks. Impact of extracurricular activities on total marks, right? Impact of part-time jobs on total marks. Total mark distribution by gender. So all of these reports, like this report was generated all by itself. All we had to do was provide the then basically what we want this report for. Right? So I hope this was useful. So it's like we can generate reports, we can generate graphs, or basically we can do any kind of data analytics that we want, especially for very large data sets, right? Which it is physically not possible for us to sit for like 3 4 hours and get that kind of meaningful insights out of it. It can do it like out of the box. And this is not just like for generic, if you want any specific analysis to be done. If you want to do data cleaning for your research work, that you want to do data cleaning in a particular manner, you can talk about all of those things, say, hey, I want to do data cleaning for this, I'm going to use it for this specific purpose. I think these are few things we need to do. You can just explain to ChatGPT, provide it with the data, and provide you with an Excel sheet or a CSV file where you data quickly, right? So I would say please try it out yourself also. See whether you are able to run, whether you run into some issues. I know one issue that you might run into is in the free version, I think you can only upload 2 or 3 files in like 2 3 hours. Then you have to wait for upload things. Right? So that is like one issue which should be there. Another difference that I have noticed is in paid version, so generally all of these charts are interactive, right? So I can basically go and click on okay, this one is not here. Basically, some of these charts become interactive in the paid version, but in the free version, generally they are static charts. So those are the only 2 or 3 differences I have noticed. But the kind of analysis it does for the free version and the paid version, there is no difference. The free version is as capable of doing any analysis as the paid version is. So, can you think of a use case in your own domain for this? Anything that you might be struggling with, but you can do it using this? Great. So I hope like you will be able to do your own data analysis now, even if it's slightly complicated one, rather than like waiting on someone else who is like a developer or a coder or basically is good with Excel sheet. And it's very difficult to get their time, right? Yeah. So again, if you can have a look at these chat links as well. So when you have a look at the deck, I've included these chat links here. So these chat links are basically will take you to ChatGPT. You will not be able to see the file that I've uploaded, but at least the process that I followed, right? So it's like explain this data to me. So this is the output I got. I wanted to do the report for PTA meeting. Which chart should I include? So it's explaining to me as far as possible. Then should we create these charts? I say yes, please, and then it goes ahead and creates all these charts. So similarly, for example, if we want to do further changes to the graph, so for example, what is the red trend line here? So if I want to understand it, it even goes ahead and explains that what this trend line means. If it is not included a trend line, I can ask it to, can you also include a trend line? If I want to change color of this chart, I can even specify it. Like, can you use a black background or a blue background? Can you make this line blue? Can you make the data points red? So all of those things are possible. So similarly, if we create a histogram distribution graphic to identify that's any issues and all of those things. So all of that is possible. This one. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Listen, this is a no. Ma'am, this is allowed because this is not really an AI generated image. This is just a search to important data. So this does not count as AI generated image. So again, like for research purposes, it might be important that you also disclose what code you use to do this data analytics. So that code is also available to us. So for example, here to understand like how did we create this chart, we can go on this view analysis and basically this code is basically how we conduct chart. No, not really. But we might have to provide the code about like how did we generate this. Yes, yes. So, for example, if you've done some analysis, so you have to provide like what formula did you use, how did you filter out the data. We'll have to provide those kind of insights. Like, I think that depends. So, generally nowadays, for peer review, they say that can you also provide the data set and how did you do the analysis? Yes. No, not yes. So, in acknowledgement or in methodology, we have to do it from yeah. But I think this is like one of the very powerful uses of ChatGPT. So it's like specifically for research which is data heavy. A lot of times we not so we know that maybe we need to do k-mean clustering analysis. We might need to do normal distribution curve, but to how to do it in Excel, we might not be very familiar with. And also like this can be easily done in Python, but then all of us are not programmers, right? So I think this is a very good alternative for it. And this is not just limited to ChatGPT. If you're comfortable with other tools like Complexity or other tools, the same thing can be done there as well. Okay. So, is there like any specific data analytics that you think you might need, uh, which is slightly more complicated? Sorry, ma'am. Smart pages. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that is. I think can you check with this once? Just put in the prompt. See what I said. I think it should be able to. I'm not familiar with that tool or what it is. Smart? Yes. Acha. Okay. Hmm. Acha. So most of it should be able to use that, but you can have it. Acha. So I mean, would you need form to generate formulas for it, or do you need to create the file that's Acha. Okay. So then this also has something similar to that here. So like I'm saying, slowly what we'll see is this basically tools like this are there in all the softwares. Like we saw Copilot is to work sheet. I'm sure this generative will come to that tool as well. But like any form of analysis, I haven't run into an issue where I wanted to do something catching, you're not able to. Sorry. Okay, cloud tree. I think we can do that. So let me show an example. So what we will do, word cloud. So let's try. So I think I have a PDF here. So attention is all you need is a research paper that I have. So first time we tried, it failed. So now it's trying again in a different way. So that is another thing about ChatGPT. So it tries multiple ways. If it fails, it's going to find another approach to solve the same problem. So we can get a word cloud also. So actually anything that has to do with like coding, it can basically it's a very good developer. Yeah. Any other kind of data analytics that you might use on a regular basis, like a report generation on data analytics, or anything to do with data. So another thing like in line with this, um, you put regarding so let's say if it's able to do cluster analysis as well. So generally cluster analysis requires like a lot more compute power. So while it's doing that analysis, I think last month, not even last month, like a few weeks back, basically one of the things that went viral was this images that that using these style images which were created by ChatGPT. So we'll also have a look at that. So basically, it can create. We saw that it can create very good conceptual diagrams when we pair it with Draw.io or something like that, or even if like using any programming language. Another beautiful feature that ChatGPT has is one of generating images, right? So on the bottom side, you can see there is option called visualize idea and concepts, right? So we can click on it, and then what we can say is, let's say create an image of students in classroom, right? Right. You can also say make it as realistic as possible. So if we need any images for our presentations and things like that, we have something in mind, but we're not able to find the right image, or we might have the copyright issues. So generally, AI generated images don't have a copyright. So they are like generally in public domain or like that anybody can use them. It is there in the free version as well. But you can create only one or two, but yes. Then we'll have to wait for like days or 20 hours after that. Yeah. Yes. So similarly, like this is one way of treating this image. Another thing is we can also upload an image as a reference image and say, convert this image into some other format. So that is also possible. So let's have a look. Like we go back to the old one and see whether the analysis is complete. Okay, so we were doing cluster analysis, right? So we had those the data of 2,000 students. So it has classified those students in three categories. And then we can go and have a look. We can even say that, can you provide an Excel sheet with different students so that we can understand. Similarly, in marketing, we have this concept of customer segments. So we can even create customer segments using this. So cluster one, two, three likely reference groups such as high performance with consistent study habits, average students with moderate effort, and students with risk due to low performance or high absence. So I feel like this is a very useful data, right? To clearly identify before the issue actually arises. That who are like an at-risk students, who are like high performers, and who are people who actually need more handholding. So this is the image which is generated. So like again, I said in India, this does not look like an Indian classroom. So that's the thing, but like this image looks pretty real to me. Like if you look very carefully, we can say that this is an AI generated image. But yeah, it has done a good job. Similarly, we can upload another image. And another thing I wanted to showcase is they have this application called Sora. So Sora is not available in the free version, but in the paid version, we also get access to Sora. So Sora not just creates images. So for example, all of these are like images which are created using Sora. So these are all the trending images, and all of them, almost all of them, these are all the images which are creating using AI. Not just images, it can also create videos. So all these videos that we see are basically created using AI. So and all of them are included in the premium version, which is like $50 per month, right? So if you want to create any image, any video, which are AI generated images, all of them can be easily converted. And like I said, that everything is in public domain, which is AI generated right now. So for example, if you go and have a look at it, what prompt was used to generate this image is accessible to us, right? So I can just copy this prompt from here and I can use it as I want. So they use this particular image and this prompt to create this video. So I can have a look at like what other people are doing in this learn from them as well, right? And creating them are very easy basically. There's like just like how easy it is to use ChatGPT. It follows a similar thing. We have to put a prompt here. We have to give any reference images that we might. There are certain restrictions that we cannot use a photo of real people. Um, I think I found ways around it because we saw a lot of Modi and other photos as well, right? So those are like people find a way to hack any system where the limitations are put. They have certain restrictions, but I think they are the most advanced models right now, which can do this kind of things. Another very popular model is Midjourney. So Midjourney is basically ChatGPT for images. Again, that is a paid version, so I'm not going to give a demo for it, but I just want to let you know that there's something called as Midjourney, which can also do create some amazing images. I think that's it, right? Yeah. So I think that's about it for this session. I hope you found it useful. So specifically for data analytics, I hope now we have a system which can do any kind of data analytics that you want. And you don't need to rely on another software developer or another data analyst to basically do data cleaning or data analysis for you. Okay, so thank you everyone. We will come back after the lecture. Thank you. that we want to do. Now let's look at some generative AI tools which are specifically for teachers and mind. Right? So these are the tools that we're going to discuss. They are created by teachers for teachers. Right? So one of those tools is called magicschool.ai. So please Google it. Please put search for magicschool.ai. Uh, so it's a wonderful website. They have like a lot of helpful. Yes, we are going to have for this. In the build profile. Yes, we'll have to say, I know the survey questions. Just as because we have to say that, we will the teachers account. So they have two accounts. One is for student and one is for teachers. So again, like they have a tier and the paid version. So generally, if you want to go with features are available without cost less than. And like I said, one of the beautiful things about this tool is that it is created by teachers for teachers. So most of the use cases that you might need might work out of the box, right? So it's being used by like 5 million educators, and they also conduct a lot of events for teachers specifically. So you can go ahead and sign up to this. Signing up will not be able to access their tools. And as we can see, we have a lot of different tools. So, for example, if you want to do text rewrite, if you want to create like multiple choice quiz or assessment, right? So we can specify like what grade do we want. So let's say university, how many questions do we want, and then we can specify what our course is about, right? And then we can basically like a mirror. So and like I said, we can give it personas, we can give it examples. So the kind of language we are using, it will use the same kind of. So generally, what I have noticed is if you are given like positive reinforcement, just like you will give positive reinforcement to students, it tends to give good answers. Yeah. So another feature of Magic School that I really like is called Magic School. So this might not be relevant to all of us, but so one of the main concerns that teachers have is like, I can ask my students to use AI, but I don't have any oversight on that. So what we can do using student room is basically create a room, add a couple of AI tools in it using Magic School, and share it with students. So you can say, you can tell your student that, hey, you can use this AI tools for this particular assignment. And you can actually see what kind of questions did they ask, what was their thought process. And you can even use that to evaluate that. So that is the main advantage that we have of Magic School student. So it kind of looks like this. So for example, there's group activity and students. So when you share it with them, we can actually see that, what was the last message that they had sent to the AI, what kind of response did they get back, then how did they follow up on it. So you can even like create an oversight. to see that, okay, so they're using it the right way, their thought processing right, so we can do that kind of action as well. So another thing about Magic School is they keep adding new features. So when I first know about Magic School, they had like 20 of these break. Now they have over 80, and they will keep adding on all these features. And like I said, it is an application which is built by teachers for teachers. So even you can reach out to them saying that, hey, this is one use case that I think is very good. So generally they take it into consideration. They also have a lot of online events in which they talk about how to bring the AI in the classroom. Right? They also have their own training on how to use Google and how to use AI in the classroom. So this is one of them. There is one more tool which is again to teachers for teachers. It is from Canada. So it is called AI Teaching Assistant Pro. Right? The URL is very complicated, but I would suggest you can search for this on Google. Right. So it does something similar. So if you want to create multiple choice questions, you just specify, that this is the multiple choice quiz for whatever name of the course is. If you have any course documents, basically you can upload them as well as PDFs or Word file. Specify how many questions you want, how many options should be there for that particular question. We have options for a couple of languages, and then we can generate. So let's give it a shot. So we'll do it slightly different. So we have this course software that we had created previously, right? Company 101 course map. So I will save this. And I'll provide that as an input file. Upload it for around 10 messages, 4 options each, and generate. So just give me a second. Or something has gone wrong here, I'm not sure. Let me generate the So now it's working fine. So for example, I can just upload the documents that I want, provide a prompt or a course idea that I have, and can help me generate MCQs. Uh, they have essay questions and scoring rubrics if I want, right? So similarly, I can do that as well. Another thing that they have is syllabus plus notes. So again, this does not create slides for us, but it gives us what can be included in the slides, right? But the main feature that I really like is for the faculty assistant and learning shorts. So let's have a look at learning shorts. So, so this is not a paid application, so to say. If you want to use it like the advanced feature like learning shorts, you will need some credits. These are not paid credits, but you will have to request those credits from them. So sometime back I requested them. So they gave me like what we have to do is basically go and click on this request video credits, right? Just specify how many credits you want. You can say 20 credits. They will use like 1 credit for creating these kind of videos. And you can provide an explanation that, I am a professor in this college and I want to use this tool for my students. And generally within 2 or 3 days, they give you credits. So my credits are expired, so I cannot create any more videos. I want to show you what videos look like. So generally they have a couple of personas, box. So this is like one of them I had created. So it's a generative AI in education, right? Like how can we use generative AI in education? And this is the video that they created based on the process. Video organ.
Doctor, to our engaging exploration of generative AI's transformative impact on education. Let's discover its potential together. Generative AI is reshaping educational landscapes and methodologies.
Generative AI refers to algorithms that can create new content based on training data, revolutionizing how we learn. Students benefit from personalized learning experiences tailored to their individual needs through advanced AI tools. Teachers can utilize AI to automate administrative tasks, allowing them to focus more on student engagement and development. Together, we're examining how AI can enrich educational practices. Adopting generative AI tools fosters an enriched learning environment and equips students with necessary skills. While embracing AI, it's crucial to maintain a balance between technology and traditional learning methods. As we explore challenges, understanding their implications is vital for progress. We must pay attention to the ethical implications of using AI, particularly regarding privacy and bias in AI systems. Addressing data privacy concerns is essential to fostering trust among students and educators alike. Insights shared here will pave the way for future educational strategies. The future will likely see even more interactive and intelligent learning environments powered by AI technologies. Institutions must invest in training educators to effectively harness the potential of generative AI tools. Fostering collaboration between AI developers and educators is key to creating effective educational tools. Embracing AI tools will support ongoing learning beyond formal education, encouraging curiosity and development. Thank you for joining me in this exploration. Together, we can make the most of generative AI to enhance education.
So this video is completely AI generated. So the thing is, we can create videos like this. They have three right that we can use. They're very easy. So I can use it right now because I don't have any credits or already it's expired. But I feel like they create like these 2 minute shorts, which are actually very engaging, at least for the post introduction, right? Or like basically like a trailer for the post. So for that, this is like really useful. And we get a lot of control. So basically, for the content for the each and every thing, if we want, we can change it before it turns into a video. So they provide a very good control over what goes into the video, and then we can download it. So I would suggest please request for the credits and check it for yourself whether it's something which is like useful for you. I think like this is like another way of making classrooms more interactive. So for example, the other video that we have, so that was like one of the answers we can use. Here is another one.
Welcome to today's presentation on generative AI in education.
So this is like the same content, but like they have 2 or 3 avatars that we can use right now and sets up people. It's not a page. And the third one of something like this. So this is the third.
Welcome to AI Teaching Assistant.
So we get like basically these three AI models that we can use. Right? And like, to do this, I ourselves are very difficult. They have basically combined it together. So in just one place, we can provide going the video and think videos like this. So this one is called AI Teaching Assistant Pro. They are an NGO based out of Canada. And the other one is called Magic School. Like almost tools like this, but I would say these two are some of these are the ones who are kind of like the oldest in the market right now. There are a lot of new tools which have come up which are basically common in this. So this is the art of possible, right? So if you want to bring AI in classroom, use it for basically doing things in the classroom, we have tools for it right now. And like I said, these are hardly like 6 months, 8 year old tools. Like you can imagine, like in 1 year, 2 years down the line, they're going to become quite advanced, right? So it's like with a simple prompt, they will be almost able to do almost everything that you want them to. So another thing that I wanted to show you is called Playground, OpenAI Playground. So yesterday I was mentioning that specifically you are you're doing some research on generative AI, right? Because I mean, almost all the departments, almost all the branches, almost all the subjects now are trying to see, like, how can they leverage this new technology whether to do literature review, whether kind of like do data analytics and things like that. So if you're thinking about using or doing some research which is related to generative AI and you want to use it for your research papers, there is this website called OpenAI Playground, right? So basically, OpenAI Playground is a paid version of OpenAI's ChatGPT. But what happens in ChatGPT, obviously, they have put some limitations, right? So this does not have any limitation whatsoever. You can, this is like a raw AI model that you can basically turn into whatever you want. But it's like a metered connection. So the more conversation you have with it, it is going to keep churning. It is actually pretty cheap as of right now. So, for example, for around a million token, they charge us like around 1 cent or like 10 cents, which I would say is very less, right? So, if you're doing any research, this is one place where you can use it. They have a lot of good documentation around it. We'll not go in detail, but it's like slightly technical. But if you're doing any research on generative AI in your particular field, this is where you can find more information about. Okay. So with that, I think we'll look into some of the research tools now. So I think whatever we wanted to discuss on the foundation of AI, that's what we did yesterday. In the morning, we looked at basically how can we create content for our classrooms and basically create content and bring it in the classroom. So now we look at how can we use it for research, right? What are the different tools available to us and what are the different things that we can use AI for research. So I've divided it into two sections. First one is exploration and the second one is synthesis. So there are a lot of tools for exploration right now, very few for synthesis. But exploration is like when you're in the early stage of your research, when you're trying to find research gaps, when you're trying to go through a lot of literature. So there are like some amazing tools to use for us. So let's have a look at that. Before that, what I would suggest is if we are using it for research, we need to know a little more about LLMs, right? So far we have seen what are so please ask me to explain any concept that might not be clear for you. But like I said, I think that this amount of understanding is required if you're going to use LLMs for research, right? So one thing to keep in mind is there is this fundamental concept in AI that an AI cannot outperform any human expert. And the reason for that is basically AI is trained on human data. So it cannot know more than the training data that is trained on. So when we talk of a particular domain, right, it cannot basically meet this meaning. So it can do maybe 80% at that level, 85% at that level, but it never be the human experts. And that is like an inherent limitation in AI. So that is the first thing we have to keep in mind. Second thing is the responses that ChatGPT and other help with, they are very responsive. But we have to keep in mind that these are above our average responses. These are not the best responses which are out there, right? So, like from an average human intelligence point of view, AI can do a better job than that. So if you think about, so AI can outperform the first 50 percentile of the people, maybe even the first 80 percentile of the people. But AI will not be able to outperform that top 10 percentile. So that is very clear. Like we have like hard data for it. Then the third thing I think we have realized is tracing of the prompt matters a lot. Right? What language you are using, what kind of information you are providing. All of that things factors in when we are using AI. Fourth thing is AI doesn't have intent, right? So we saw deep research bots which were even able to like divide it in several steps and do a lot of literature review for us. But to begin with, they cannot give themselves a task, right? So the high level task is to come from humans, and that is going to be the trend even going forward, right? We don't see any way around it. So we need humans to tell AI what to do. AIs can't tell themselves what needs to be done. Once a task is given, maybe they can break it down in different steps and do that. But the original task has to come from humans. So there is a concept called embeddings. We will look at what embeddings are. But I think in the like emoji example that we are doing, right, converting movie name to emojis, we realize that it is not just doing the keyword search. It actually understands like what do we mean by the word behind it. For example, in Rajni, It was able to understand that this movie is about memory loss, it is about tampering with the brain and all of those things. So embedding captures meaning, not just keywords. So I think that is something we have to keep in mind. What exactly embedding is, I look at it in the next topic. And another thing is, if you are in a super niche topic, that only a handful of experts are there in the world, their AI doesn't even know. And that is very obvious because there is not enough content to train AI on, right? So this is where the limitation comes. And generally, if you're doing cutting edge research, this kind of becomes an issue. So what exactly embedding is, I think that is one concept I wanted to introduce. So how does AI learn things, right? How does it understand what is the meaning of the word? So this is like slightly old thing. Word to vector has been there, I would say, for some time now. So how it works is basically whenever we give it a word, right, it gives a roll number to that word. Think of it like this: there is a huge dictionary like OpenAI has, and it has given a number to each and every word, and it goes and plots it on a graph, and it plots all of these different words on a graph. So now what happens is, for example, let's say the relationship between the man and the king, as you can see on the column, right? It has a direction. So now the thing is, the woman to the queen is also going to have the same direction. So now, so how AI understands this is that if we are, for example, let's say we're using man and a king, like that man is a king. So then it knows that if it is being in a female context, it should be that woman is a queen. So using the direction of these what we call as vectors, it is able to understand how things connect with each other. So similarly, he is to him as she is to her. They are going to be in the same direction. So it has like a plot of all the words in English, all the words in different languages. And basically, this is how it understands how different things are connected together. So this is like a it is able to understand what word corresponds to what meaning. And that is how it understands meaning. So what happens is when we plot it like this, so for example, this is the visualization of different books. So what you can see is uh, all the science fiction are together, all the novels are somewhat together, and all I would say all the non-fiction are together. And you can see that science fiction and non-fiction are at the other ends. So it understands that science fiction are basically polar opposite to the fiction, in non-fiction books. So this is how basically AI is making sense of all this data. It is not like it understands language. It is not like it understands what the words mean. But basically, it has turned everything into a mathematical function. So first thing, it is not conscious. It is not super smart. It is at the end of the day, it's just a mathematical function which is working like this. So this is what embedding is, right? So for example, as you can see, all the science fiction books are put together. Now assume I am creating this embedding graph stacks of all the research papers. So all the research papers which talk about the same subject are going to cluster together in one side. Any research abstract which talks about things other than like exact opposite of what these research people are talking about are going to come on the side. So similarly, what happens is when we put a search term, so it sees where does the search term land. So if let's say the search term landed on the blue area, then it knows okay the blue search term that I have put has to do something with science fiction. So basically, that is how this AI is actually working in the back. Right? And this is important. I'll explain like why this is important when we begin with these tools. So even when we're doing Google search or when we're searching for papers, that is what ends up happening. So one of the problems that arises from this is something Google also ran into like almost like 7, 8 years back. So for example, let's say I'm looking at that Earth is round. So let's say Earth is round, lands on blue. Now let's say I'm searching for Earth is blue. So Earth is flat is not going to land in the same area. It is going to land in some other area. So the results I'm going to get for Earth is round are going to be very different from the results I'm going to get from this group. So what ends up happening is if I say Earth is round, I'll get all the research paper which says yeah Earth is round because of X, Y, Z. When I say Earth is flat, I'll get all the research paper which talks about why Earth is flat. Right? So this is also what I call as echo chambers. So for example, if I'm just talking to an AI or even in social media, right? If I have a particular point of view, I will only get content on that point of view. So it will keep reinforcing my point of view, right? It is not going to give me that there is an alternate point of view which exists and it may be useful for it. So that's why prompt engineering becomes even more important. Because, for example, if I'm searching for smoking is good for health, the results I'm going to get, I'm going to be like, why smoking is good for health, right? It will not tell me smoking is not good. So we run into these kind of issues. So specifically when we are using AI for research, when we are creating prompts, either they have to be very specific, or they have to be well-rounded. Well-rounded so that we can look at all different point of views. Very specific if we know that this is the area I want to deep dive in. So that is one thing which we have to keep in mind. Another thing that I think we should understand is exactly what is happening when we are sending something to ChatGPT, right? So here is a simple example. So Isaac Asimov came up with these concepts called three laws of robotics in this science fiction book called I, Robot. And like everybody thinks that they are actually very good first version of the laws that robot should follow. So the first rule says that a robot should not harm a human being, or if one can actually let a human come to harm. That is what the first law is. So now when I tell ChatGPT, so this is like the older version, that recite the first law. And then the dollar sign is basically I'm sending this to chat. So what ChatGPT does, it tries to complete the sentence. So if I ask somebody who has read SEO, what is the first law of all of them are going to give me the same answer. So similarly, when ChatGPT read all the articles on this topic online, we can also understand that when somebody says what is the first law of robotics, the first law of robotics is that a robot may not let human come to harm or harm a human being, things like that. So we can have another set of issues because of this. So for example, if I say what is capital of India, I think all of us are like very explicit capital of India is India, right? What could like this is like an old problem, so it's not basically in ChatGPT right now, but we might run into similar issues. What can happen is basically when ChatGPT was training on this particular thing, it might have encountered this statement when it was going through a question bank. So in ChatGPT's mind, the answer that the capital of India is New Delhi is as good an answer to the capital of Sri Lanka. What is the capital of Nepal? Because when it was reading a question, it saw all of these questions together. So I think what is the capital of India? Another way to simply it is give a questions which is in that. So that's why it becomes very important to read these various forms, right? Because all it is doing is basically just completing a sentence. So with that, so these are a couple of tools for search. So how I divided it is basically how do we search research papers using AI? How do we map different research papers and understand the relationship between them? How can we use it to read and summarize a lot of literature? Can we have like a multi-document chat with all of the research papers at once, or can we talk to the research papers rather than reading them? Can we do data and analysis using them? And how can we use it to write an entry? So broadly, this is how I've classified it. So we'll go and look at some of them. I don't think we have time to look at all of them, but I have looked at it so if you want, we can explore them further. Generally, the bold ones are the ones that I will be discussing, depending on how much time we have. And those are the ones which I would recommend as well, right? So I think first and foremost, I think all of us would have used it. There is no point discussing further this one, right? At the end of the day, Google Scholar is also an AI. And Google Scholar is one of the best places to find research articles because they have the most comprehensive library of research papers, right? There is nobody better than them. And because of that, Gemini becomes very powerful because Gemini and Google Scholar are on the same vision, so to say. They can access Google Scholar easily. So, for example, let's say attention is all you need. So, attention is all you need is basically the research paper which made ChatGPT possible. So, when we say GPT, chat the research is GPT stands for generative pre-trained transformers. Generative because it can create original content, like we have seen. Pre-trained because it comes pre-trained, we don't have to go and train it again. And when we say transformers, it is basically kind of like an architecture that is used to create AI. So the transformer architecture is basically introduced in potential farming. So that's why I'm giving this example. So similarly, so any research paper that you want is easily accessible on Google Scholar. This is like the best place to find any research paper whatsoever. Then again, another source which is very good to find research paper is Semantic Scholar, right? So they have a tool which is very similar to Google Scholar, and most of the tools, AI tools which are built today, which uses generative AI, are basically using data from Semantic Scholar. So that's why if you are able to find some research paper on Semantic Scholar, most probably even the AI tool that you're using will be able to find that research paper. So when you are seeing that if this research paper is not being collected by any of the AI, come and check on this site once. You know that Semantic Scholar has access to it. If Semantic Scholar doesn't have access to it, then you will have to upload the video because that research paper is not available for other AI tools to use. And these are free tools. So all three of them, Google Scholar, Semantic Scholar, and Gemini, were available for us for free. So another new tool, this is like very new tool. Right? So if you see, this came out on March 26th, so it has been a little over a month, right? And this is created by this company called AI, and they basically make open source technologies, right? And this is also, I think this company was started by Paul and then who was like one of the co-founders in Microsoft, right? So they have a very good backing, they have a very good team working on all of it. So they have a tool called AI Paper Finder. So please check if you can access this website. It's called paperfinder.allen.ai, or you can just search for it. So as you can see, as they say, it's a research tool for paper discovery with broad and deep coverage via of 8 million full text papers and 108 million abstracts, right? So they have a very comprehensive library. And how it works is pretty similar to ChatGPT. So for example, I asked you the question previously, which was about the impact of social media on mental health. So let's check it out again. So how it works. So when you ask it a question, it is basically going to take up multiple responsibilities. So as you can see, so processing requests, now it's going to come up with a list of tasks. Yes, ma'am. But it is free of cost, so they don't even have a paid tier. It's free to use. So it's like to so first and foremost, what it has done is to consider relevant the research paper to be relevant. Basically, they must satisfy the following condition. Right? The paper should discuss social media platform. The paper should discuss mental health. The paper investigates the relationship between social media and mental health. So it is even better than a search engine because what it is doing is it is creating a criteria, and then only when a paper satisfies those criteria it comes in the market. And then it is going to keep doing analysis on top of it. So I'd say for your domain, try out whether they are able to access the research papers from your domain to see whether this tool is useful. So as you can see now that it has gone through the research papers, it is following the citations and finding other research papers. So this is like a very research assistant way of approaching this, rather than a very mechanical way of approaching like how Gemini works. So it is tracing the citations and looking whether those papers are relevant. papers. In psychology, at least all the prominent papers I was able to find. In marketing and in management, they do a very good job. So these three domains I have explored. Uh, okay, what was the topic? Okay, no, this is a different thing. So they have a couple of tools. That's all. So that's why I searched for this one, AI to paper finder. So AI to has a couple of tools. So if you go to just search in Google, so that will be better. So AI2 is name of the company. They have some tools. They make tools specifically for research. So this is one of them. We are going to look at another one of their tools. So now it went, found some papers on impact of social media on mental health. Then it looked at all the citations on this paper, and then it saw which of them are relevant. And now it's ranking all of the different results that it has seen based on, like, the embedding and all of those things that we just discussed. And as you can see now, after re-ranking, it's judging relevance of the top topics. So it does a lot of work for us. AI to paper finders. This is a blog article. We can click on this. So they recently launched it, so even Google is not pointing to the correct place. It takes some time because it is like a multi-step process. So it's like a technical issue. I ran this before. So I'll see remember. Let me know if anyone of you are able to run this. I think the website is down right now. Sorry? It's what napkin is working now. Okay, we'll discuss. Okay, let's give it some time. I think there is an issue with this. Like I said, these are like pretty new technologies, right? So they go down quite a lot. So I'll keep it running here. Let's go to napkin one. That's also we have to cover, right? Yeah. So is it okay if we cover napkin in the meantime? Yeah. So since napkin is working now, it's just a beautiful tool. I really like napkin working. So there are two things that napkin can do. So for example, if you want to do a brainstorming session, so basically you can go and then ask it. So for example, here I'm writing an article. You can go and write here as well. It's not like just for AI to write. But what's the beautiful part about this is basically if you have written some content and if you want to write, just select that content. So for example, here we have different types of AI, right? And let's say a diagram would look much better rather than this content. So let's select this and then we can go and click on this icon, right? It says generate visuals. So when we click on it, It basically tries to understand what exactly we are talking about, and then it creates diagrams for us. And they have like multiple options. And these diagrams are actually very presentable, right? So, and then we can go changes. Not just that, we can even go and make changes to specific parts of this diagram. So, to give you another example, say, or maybe we'll do the same thing, the impact of social media. So, impact of social media on mental health. First, it is going to write like a lot of content for us. We can even copy paste content from ChatGPT, or if we have like our own text or something that we want to convert to image. So now what I do is I'll go and select all of this. Again, go and click on generate visuals. So as you can see, it's like we are basically pros and cons. So it found the right diagram for us. And they have like a lot of different functions. And all of these visuals look very nice. So for example, this one is like a graph, and all of those tools are accessible to us, like so simple. Have you used this before? Okay. So specifically for presentation, different concept which really comes in handy. So like process flow diagrams, mind maps, when you want to explain like different sides of a scene point of view, they create very nice visuals. Sorry, ma'am? In napkin AI. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So what? Yes. So what you can do is, for example, let's create a diagram. So what we'll have to do, let's select this. And then let's say we can see, so it will create a diagram. Yes. So whatever signal of that, you can use napkin.ai. Right? Either you can ask napkin.ai to generate content, or you can use content. The next step is basically select that content. Right? For example, let's say we want to create a diagram for like positive and negative effects of social media on mental health. So once we have selected it, on the left hand side we can see this lightning bolt icon. So ma'am, we can just control C and paste it. It works seamlessly. We don't have to convert it into an image. Yes. So let's create a visual. So for example, here is an image. Let's say we are happy with this image now. So one is we see this export option on top. We can download it as PNG, SVG, or even a PPT, right? Which is useful. So we can take it into a PPT and then edit it further on top. Looks like this website is downloaded, right? So generally, what I've noticed is during the American Standard Time, right, when those people wake up, generally all the AI websites go down because a lot of people are using it. So we are lucky, like when those people are sleeping, we are sleeping, so we are able to access all of these websites like quite fast. Same like ChatGPT becomes very slow. If you are going to use it like in the middle of the night or not one is going to wear. Yes. So the thing about napkin AI is we can create new documents, but we can delete them and create new documents. So yes. So if you want more than three documents, it's a paper. So this is what it looks like. So when we finish, so when the AI paper finder finishes its analysis, this is what it looks like. So it's that's from 75 papers. And then we can sort them by relevance, year, title, venue, citation. So we have like a lot more controls. Whether something was perfectly relevant or something is just relevant. So we can also sort papers based on that, right? Again, we can sort them by year. So it provides us like a lot of features out of the box, right? What are the different venues where was this paper published and who are the authors? So it actually makes it a lot easier, and then we can even export all of these citations so that maybe we can go and download it from somewhere else as a JSON or a markdown. So let's export it as a markdown. So like all the papers and the complete citation we can access. And on top of that, if you want to go and access the papers, they provide the access as well, right? We can select papers and then export them selectively and so on and so forth. So it makes basically finding research papers very easy. And as you can see, it has done even like one level deeper analysis. For example, for this particular case. Is it perfectly relevant? Yes, the paper is systematic review that examines the relationship between social media use and mental health outcomes. So obviously this paper is very relevant. And then it even tells us like what was being discussed about social media in the paper, in this particular paper. So we can just look at it and then understand whether this is actually relevant for our use case or not. And if you want to look at abstract, it is right here. Relevant passages from the paper. We can access it right here, right? So all of this information is very handy to us, and relevant evidence for filing from five citation papers. So it has given us a lot. So it has also given us the relevant citations from this paper. So this is very good when we are at the beginning stage of our research, right? Where we have to go through a lot of different research papers. Like from like 200, 300 research papers, we have to come down to like 5 or 10 that we really are going to understand completely. This is a very good tool to do that process. So another tool which is very handy is called Elicit. Uh, have you used Elicit? Anybody? Elicit. ELICIT. So Elicit is also a tool which is becoming quite popular these days among researchers. And this is a tool which is built specifically for literature review, right? So one of the beautiful things about this tool is, so like we saw, right, that we started with the prompt, which is impact of social media on mental health. Like I said, that we have to make sure that our prompt has to be accurate in line with what we're trying to do. So the very first thing that it does is as soon as we put our prompt, it tries to give us other options. So let me just zoom it so we can see. Okay. So here you can see that it says, more precise missions work better. Try adding elements like, population specificity, comparative approach, measurement decision. So, and when we go on them, so basically it will get prompt first. So we can see, for example, my prompt was impact of social media on mental health. So what is the impact of social media use on depression and anxiety symptoms among adolescents aged 13 to 18? So this is how you can basically make your prompt specific. We can do how does the frequency of social media use compared to mental health outcome in young adults with different levels of social media engagement, right? What is the relationship between daily social media use, duration, and self-reported mental health indicators using standardized psychological assessment tools? So the first thing that it has done is it has made my prompt much more specific, which is going to give me even better results, right? So let's say I'll go with this, the first one. So now that's a great question. So we'll go and see what it does now. So again, they have a free tier and a paid tier. So what happens in free tier? I think we have like just a limited use. Like when it creates summary, it creates summary of only top 4 research papers. When we have paid, it will pay for top 8 and things like that. So it found all the relevant research papers for us, and then it created a summary of top 4 ones, and it can tell us what are these top 4 research papers. But this is the part which is very good when it comes to illicit for doing literature review. So one, it can give us a summary of the top research paper very easily that we can read and understand, who are the people talking, seeing and what is being discussed. But below that, this table, this comes in real handy. So as you can see, the first column is basically papers. The second is summary of an abstract. So this is not the abstract, but like a generic summary for the abstract. Not just that, but what we can also do is we can go and add more columns. So for example, if you want to understand what methodology was used for this research, right? What are the limitations of this research? What are the theoretical frameworks they used? Have they mentioned anything about the future research on this particular topic? Have they provided data set? What data set they have provided? Basically, we can add all of these columns. For example, let's say I have a column for main finding. So it will go read all of the research papers and generate main findings from them. So this gives us like a little more control. So depending on what we're looking for, when we're doing the literature review, we can add all of these things for us. So for example, another one is future research. So let's add future research. So it can even tell us, right? Generally in research paper they mention that, okay, there is like research scope in this particular area, in this particular field. So it's able to extract that information as well. So rather than us having to rely on going through the paper and understanding these things, if we want to try anything specific, this information becomes handy quite easily. So this is one aspect. So like I could add 2 columns because I'm on the free version. If I'm on the paid version, I can add a couple more columns. And after that, in the next step, basically I can add a step that says, uh, get a list of concepts. Concepts around social media and mental health issues due to social media, right? So it is going to go search for research papers, then find out what are the different concepts which are being discussed when I'm talking about social media and the impact of mental health. And then it's going to basically combine all the research and give me information. So, for example, social comparison theory, right? The fear of missing out, cyberbullying, addiction to social media, echo chambers, body image issues, social isolation, sleep disruptions. So, all of these concepts are the concepts which I discussed. But these are all generated by large language model as of right now. Now, what it will do is it is going to go and look at these 68 papers that it is found. And it's going to look at, okay, which of these concepts are being discussed in which research papers, right? So, for example, if I'm doing specifically on FOMO, this will give me exact which papers that you must have. So, this is like 2 levels of research. So, we saw that AI2 was doing 1 level of research. We can go like 2 levels or 3 levels of research using this. So, it's like 459 concepts. So, let's just finish this one. So now we have the final answer. So, for example, what are the different concepts that are being discussed? And in this research, which research paper discuss this concept? An exact abstract, right? Exact extract from that paper about what are they talking about it. So, for example, if you're doing it on just FOMO, we can go to the FOMO concept and look at all the research paper and see, okay, this is in line with what I had in mind and I want to research on. So it makes like those kind of paper discovery and literature improve very easy. So basically, it did those steps, ma'am. So first it found papers, what are the different concepts. So it is just a process. So it went through all of those 4 steps, and now it has given a final answer. So again, if you want, we can add more steps to this, right? So as you can see, there are couple of options that we have. So one, check paper, summarize abstracts, create a new table from selected papers, get a list of concepts, extract data from uploaded papers, ask a question, and find papers. So basically, these are all action and so we can actually create kind of like a pipeline which shows top down. So it's like we have like 500 papers on top, and bottom based on the filtering that we have, we may end up with like 10 or 20 papers, which are the ones that can go and get deeper. Okay, I think we'll take a break now. Proceed to break. Yeah. So we'll break for tea, and then we'll come up and discuss some more tools. And I hope these are relevant, right, for your research as well. Because I know I'm for like physics and all, so they work well. But like we have to find out that for all domains and all subjects they are giving good results, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone. So we'll come back after tea break. So, The second thing is it helps us find all the research papers. Then we can add these columns, which can basically let us do a lot of research papers quite fast. We can find out what is the methodology, basically what are summary of the abstract and all of those things. Third thing is basically we can look at what are the different concepts being discussed for the problem that we have given and what concept comes from which research paper, right? And the fourth thing is we can actually create kind of like a funnel where on top we are finding research papers and then keep applying these filters so that we end up with a gem of papers that we can go and deep dive. And I would say this is one of the tools. So after that, let's look at. Have you heard of size space? Yeah. Nice. So size space is actually quite a detailed. It can do a lot of things. So, for example, we can do the deep research that we saw. Yes, sir. But again, so because that's a requirement. Because what research journals they exist. That's what this is. So that's why there's a particular. Okay, this one. But now slowly the trend is changing. Like I was talking about before the use of AI for scientists. What they are realizing is that these tools are much better at doing literature than even humans are. So how the market is, how this entire research market is going to change, we don't know yet. But right now, the standard guidelines that the Prince research paper should be in our own language, in our should be our own ideas. Right? So I mean, SciSpace is a place like a full stack tool for researchers, right? Now you can see you can basically upload PDFs and talk to them. If you want to do deep research, even that is possible, right? And as you can see, there are like a lot more tools that are available to us here. We have an AI writer, we have find topics, we have citation generation, we can extract data, AI detector, PDF to video, even it can create podcast for us, similar to what we saw in so other than that, there is consensus. So consensus is a tool that I use a lot. So basically, it's a so what consensus does is it tells us what is the consensus on this topic in the research community. So the best way to use this tool is formulate your prompt in a way that it's a yes and no question. So for example, social media use harmful for mental health, or rather is social media use harmful for mental health. So again, it does something similar. It will go and find out all the different research papers which are relevant to us. Right? Again, this is they have a free tier as well as a paid tier. And the best part about this tool is basically it gives this bar in the top. Right? So generally, this bar is about what is the consensus on this topic. So there are 28% of the research paper where it says yes, social media uses harmful for mental health. There are like no papers which are discussing about its possibility. There are like around 56% of paper have a mixed feeling whether that is bad or good. And there are at least 17% of the papers which say that no, mental health is not being impacted by social media. And the best part is basically we can go and look at specific papers which are for or against on this particular topic, right? So this makes us finding basically papers on a particular side of the argument very easy for us. And another thing that this tool does beautifully well It basically talks about what kind of study this is. So they have these little tags under each and every under each and every research paper. So it talks about that this research paper is going to be about observational study and it's highly cited, right? So this is from a rigorous journal. This is kind of like a meta-analysis with a rigorous journal and highly cited. And we can filter based on all of these. So, for example, if you're looking specifically on like systematic review or literature review papers, basically you can go and filter based on those as well. And on the right hand side, we can see whether this paper is for or against the given argument. So, if you want, we can basically sort them that in that fashion as well. And again, generally snapshot and all are not available to us. Like we can find the link to the particular paper and a summary of the abstract and the abstract very easily. So consensus, generally, if I want to understand like what are the different sides of this argument, exactly what is the research talking about it, I think this is a beautiful tool for it. It quickly tells us like what is the general consensus in the research community on a particular topic. Okay. Then another new tool that I came across is called Stop. Again, this does not have a very good URL. So just search for Storm Stanford. So this is being created by Stanford University. So again, this is a research tool created by researchers for researchers, right? So we can do a couple of things here. So one is called Storm, one is called Co-Storm, and one is called Data Storm, right? So let's have a look at some of the examples, right? So we'll go ahead and put the same thing here. So what this will do, the first option is basically create an article for us based on all the different research papers that it is for. And again, since this is by Stanford, this is a free tool. There is no paid tier here. It's something similar to what we saw in Gemini, that it's going to go look at all this different research paper, complete information from it, create a table of content, and then basically fill up this article. And it does a very good job actually. You can see it's now organizing information hierarchy outline. Right. So one of the beautiful things about this tree is basically it puts on different hats and then looks at the data. So first and foremost, it put on the hat of an academic researcher, then looked at all the content. Then after that, it looked at all the content from mental health professionals' point of view. And then it looked at it from a fact writer's point of view. And then it also looked at from social media activist point of view. So these are like the different point of view which it analyzes the details data without us having to tell it explicitly. And it does that for like whatever prompt you give it, right? And after analyzing it from these four point of views, basically it gives us a rating. And since it has been analyzed from a well-rounded point of view, these articles are actually very. And like I said, this is from Stanford University, so obviously they have done a very good job here, right? So the beautiful part about this is why this tool matters and why it's slightly useful for it, because it looks at analyzing search for different hats. So that is what is their USP basically. So again, they have like other options. So basically, they can go to like host on. So this is going to be like a roundtable conference rather than an. So again, this tool again was launched I think last month. So it's like less than a month old. So this is a very new tool. So again, as you saw, it was saying that it's looking at it from multiple experts' point of view. So the system is getting familiar with the topic, finding all the relevant characters, organizing collected information, inserting collected information into knowledge base, and like synthesizing background information, for instance. So one of the things about this tool is basically, discovery and synthesis is happening at the same time. So that's why one of the active areas of discussion in the research community is whether we even need to do literature reviews anymore, right? Because as a human, I might be able to read only 10 research papers and then, write a literature review. They can go and analyze like 78, 90 research papers within 5 minutes. So there is like no consensus as of now, but yeah, there are a lot of discussion happening around it. So again, we can see topics from discussion. So it's like exactly what discussion happened between different experts, and all of these are like virtual experts. When they gave them this topic, so they're all quoting from like different research papers, and then we can go and see what research papers these are, right? And we can actually go and read this conversation about like this is basically simulating a round table conversation between different experts, right? So there's a background discussion moderator, there's a background discussion expert, and they're having a to and from conversation. And we can keep on generating it. Or if we want, we can give it like a slightly or and see. Again, if you want an article, we can go and create an article as well. And they have one more option, which is called basically data storm, which basically looks at data. And it is simple to the deep research tool that we have. Generally, this is not working. I've tried it a couple of times. But the storm and post-storm are quite good. So there are a couple more. Maybe you can explore it by yourself. Like there's a lateral AI, art discover, and site. So they're pretty similar to the tools that we've already discussed. Then when so the another way of using AI is basically a very visual way of doing literature review, right? So for example, if you look at it maps, so for example, let's start with I'll say attention logging. So for example, related traits. So for example, I just added one paper. So generally, when we add like 10 to 15 papers here, it becomes even more powerful. So what it does is basically just plotted them on a graph. And we can choose what x-axis and y-axis are. So for example, x-axis here is most recently published, right? So for example, the most recently published papers are going to be here, older papers are going to be on the left-hand side. Similarly, on the y-axis, we have most citations. So the papers with the more citations are going to be on top, and papers with less citation are going to be on bottom. Sorry, what? Yeah, so I am going to discuss research rabbit next. So this is similar to what research rabbit does. So this basically when you're looking for, how are these papers connected to each other, right? So for that, you basically some people are visual thinkers, right? So this tool is very helpful to them. And the best part is basically we can go and change their axis. So for example, let's say on y-axis I want publication date, right? On x-axis, let's say I want something like momentum. So which of these papers have momentum? Then I can also see based on size. So I can say, the size is based on reference column. So I can make all of those changes and basically look at research papers in a much more visual way, right? Again, I can click on them and basically I can keep adding them and basically create my own library. And it will also give me like relevant papers who are just similar, right? So I can go and explore images, see, and I can keep adding whatever research paper, let's say I like, I can go and add, right? And for example, this is the one we're using right now. So let's say this research paper is something I like, I can add it to my app, so on and so forth. And slowly this graph is going to keep on evolving so that you can easily see that, which research papers are basically made this interesting. So some people do like, so this is one thing which I have seen is bipolar. Either people love it or hate it. There is no like, people are like, this is an okay tool. For some people, they are like, oh, this is the best tool that could be out there. And other people are like, okay, I don't know how to use this tool or what is the use case here. So similar to this, there is one more tool, and the good thing is it's free of cost. It's called Research Rabbit. I personally feel like Research Rabbit is kind of taking an ADHD way of doing research. And I think the name is also quite appropriate because they keep popping like a rabbit. So here again, I will start with the same paper. Retention is so now sometimes we want to understand things like what has this author published other than this article, what the co-authors have published other than this article, and things like that. So that becomes very easy for us. So for example, if I want to explore similar papers to this, let's say we can select multiple papers, right? So it will show, like if I want to click on similar paper, it will go and find similar papers for me. And it's going to put them in this graph kind of way. So I can even see like how they're connected with each other. Right? So how are these connections made? These connections are made based on which papers have cited them or what papers they are citing. Right? So we can have a network graph, we can have a timeline to see when these papers were published. And for example, let's say I go here. So green ones are the ones which I have chosen, and the red ones are basically the research papers which are related to the papers that I have selected from. So for example, if there is a paper, let's say I have papers in my mind, and I'm looking for relevant papers, it makes it very easy for me to see which research papers are basically being discussed in all of them, right? And then after that, basically I can go click on them, understand what they want, all the references, all citations, explore more papers from the same author, who are some of the other authors that I should be aware of. This kind of information becomes very easy for me to access. And just like, it's called research rabbits, just like you're hopping from one concept to another. And this kind of like creates a horizontal scroll. So I can see exactly how did I arrive here. And if you have like another thought, you can go back, select some more of them, add them to like one of the categories so that you can come back to it later. You can create a new collection, you can create a new take this one and so forth. Right? So what are the different sources where it's coming from? What are some of the later works which came after this? Right? Or we can see similar work, we can even see earlier work. Right? So maybe it's based upon research, so what are the research which happened before it? So it can create graph and then we can basically navigate it here. Okay? Yeah. So another one is called insightful. So insightful is kind of like a tool. For example, let's say you found one paper which is like, let's say it was published in 1960s, 1970s, and there's a paper which is like, let's say, published like 2 years back, and you know that they are both on the same topic, and you want to understand how did this paper evolve, right? From like so many years back to now, what are the different papers we should read to basically make connection between these two concepts? So I know that Alan Turing's research paper, this computing machine intelligence was a paper which basically for the first time introduced the concept of having computers. So let's put that as from, right? So this is from Alan Turing. And then what we will do is we are going to put attention is all you need, which is the paper that made ChatGPT possible, right? And see how these two papers are connected. So we can see here that Turing's 1950 paper, the equation 1950. So it is being cited in all of these different papers. Then these papers are being cited in all of these different papers, and attention is already have cited this paper. So we could have made a link between the original, the introduction of the concept of computer to the introduction of transformer, like how did we arrive from there together. And along with that, it is not just that, but if we go down, you can say min, hop, max, from numbering papers in the past. We can go and have a look at all of these different papers. We can add them for our reference later on, right? So let's say we want to add all of them. Go down and then click on this add papers, and we can see that it has created another graph for us. So this is like another great way to find relevant research papers on our particular topic. Like the main use case of this is basically you want to understand how this landscape evolved, right? So we saw like a paper which was published in 1915 introduced the concept of computers. Till transformers, how did this evolution happen, right? So we can basically create kind of like fingerprint, and then reading all of the papers will give us a very good idea about how did we reach a transformers from the concept of computers. So similarly, you can do it for other subjects as well. Right, so again, this is one of the free tools. There are no restrictions as such. There is no paid here. They provide links, ma'am. So if some of them are giving you paywall, we can only read the abstract. So basically, when we click on it, it provides us with the reference that we can learn from. So I think publisher, doing. So we can go to the publisher's website directly. It is not like creating summary or anything for us. Every time you have to go out to the section again. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So the main use case for this is basically to see how the papers are connected. So for example, this is another paper called You Only Look Once. So let's look at that as well. You Only Once. So You Only Look Once is basically the paper which made traveling stars possible. This is kind of like a computer vision paper on how can computers understand what we are seeing, right? So as you can see again, so it has formed like there are 4 parts where people have mentioned one particular paper and they are being mentioned here. So we know that maybe these are the papers that might be important to us, and we can see LiDAR-based 3D object detection, diagnosis error object detection, and then above them is like phase geometry, visual Turing test for computers, and then obviously the audition paper. So another tool which is being used a lot right now is with connected papers. Okay. So again, I will put attention on it. So again, this also creates a visual graph, right? And the good thing about it, basically, if I go and select any particular paper, I can see what abstract on the right hand side. So it helps me with search papers very easily. And then there are other related papers as well. Yeah. So I can go and have a look at them as well. And the another feature that they have is this prior work and derived work, right? So prior work are basically from citations from a particular paper, and derived work are basically research papers which have cited the paper that we have just given. So it goes both ways, right? So if you want to see, okay, what research has happened in this topic, this particular paper has come out. So we can go to the right work. If you want to see how did we arrive at this particular research paper, then we can go and look at the so image net classification, deep convolution network, which this is another one of the key papers from him. So it's very easy. And all the key papers are also highlighted in blue. So we can easily identify which might be the really relevant papers for us. So we looked at searching for research papers. We looked at how do we map them. Now we have a tool which can basically read and summarize it. We have looked at a couple of examples for this. For example, we did this in Gemini, where it went through around 75 research papers and then told us, wrote an article for us. ChatGPT also has a deep research feature, which we can leverage. And then there is perplexity. So the reason perplexity is a very good tool to do this is because we can choose sources. So for example, let's say impact of social media on mental health. So what I can do here is basically there is a search option. I will turn off the close search for the time being. There is a deep research option. So let's choose the deep research option. And here, watch this. So we have a search option. We have a search option. But when we go to sources, right? So we can choose basically where publicity is going to look for data. So when we say website, it is going to give equal weightage to websites as well as research papers. So let's just turn it off and turn on academics. And perplexity is actually a very good tool. So like I said, perplexity is also their goal is to basically replace Google, right? So as you can see, it also tells us what exactly it is doing. So it's like I will search for foundational. So like let's like push. So for example, it created search terms all by itself. Social media mental health impact, social media depression anxiety review, social media benefits mental health, social media risk mental health. So from that one prompt, it understood that it has to create different kind of search terms and look and find what are the research papers that it can get. After doing that, it realized it needs to find some meta-analysis or key mechanism explaining how social media impacts mental health, right? So it created another search terms and found what are the relevant research papers there. So it goes through this process couple of times. And we can even look at what are the different tasks that it has performed so far, right? So now it's writing the research report. We have access to all the different sources that it has used. And we can see that most of them are coming from semantic scholar. So these are all research papers. So none of them are like basically any based content. So this is where it meets ChatGPT. So if we do the same research on ChatGPT, ChatGPT is going to even look for articles on it. But here it is very particular that if you said academic, it is only going to look at academic. Let's see. So another thing about Perplexity that I really like is this discover feature, right? So this is like not really related to research. But for example, nowadays even the news has become so full of right. So either like even the headlines all are basically just click things. So what they have done is they have created this discover space where we can put in our interest and basically have a look at what is happening around the world, and it gives a very comprehensive answer after looking at different news articles, right? So, for example, scientists reveal underwater eruptions send shockwaves into space, right? Let's go and have a look at this article. So, basically, it read all of these different news, around 58, around 40 news sources, and then created one article. So, we can get a much more grounded and a holistic point of view if you want to follow. And again, if we have any questions, since now all of this information is coming to context, we can basically ask the questions as well, right? I can summarize it into something or can you explain this particular concept and things like that. And it also gives us some follow-up questions on, what should we, what kind of questions that we're interested in after reading this article. So this feature is really good for publicity. And like I said, so these two features I think sets it apart. One, when we are searching for a particular information, we can choose just research. We can also choose just social media, right? Or just online content. And second thing is they have this discover feature, which can help us really have a holistic point of view of what's happening in the world and look at it from like all different angles rather than just, the point of view on the right point of view. So another one is again the the tool we were looking at previously, right? The Allen AI. So the previous one was the paper. So this one is called Scholar QA. So again, the URL is a bit complicated. So what I would suggest is go search for AI to Scholar QA. And as you can say, again, it says, research tool for literature synthesis with broad and deep coverage via their corpus. Right? AI to Scholar QA can make mistakes, check sources, and other things. Again, so we are going to do the same thing. Um, So this is again going to go, it has like a slightly different process, but we'll go and look at all of this ones. Are you able to access this website? Little question. You're able to, right? Yeah. So the good part about this is basically it is going to uh, give us like a lot of these topics, and we can have a high level study. But if you want, we can basically do a deep dive for each and every section. So it's still writing, I guess. So it is going to go and iterate and keep generating sections for us. So introduction to social media and mental health, negative impact of social media. So if you just want an overview, we can basically have a look here. If you want to do a deep dive on this particular, basically we have references to all the different papers and we have all the country level. So as we can see, it created an outline here. So it will keep doing this till it has gone and found an answer to all of these questions. So again, so when we are using tools like this, again, it becomes quite important, right? So like I was saying, uh, if we start with a very vague prompt, the kind of answers and the kind of research we are going to get is going to be very generic, which is going to happen in the case of prompt that I have given. But if you are doing some specific research, I would say add as much information as you want. Like, what is the target segment you're trying to understand? So I can say, I'm just trying to understand teens from 13 to 16, or I'm trying to understand, countries like country-wise, is it impacting social media health? So I should provide all of that information in my prompt. So based on that, even the sections will change. Kind of research purpose is going to match with change, and the kind of output I'll get will also change. So again, SciSpace is another one. Like I said, Thesis.ai is a paid tool, but I just wanted to demo it to show you like what is possible. Because if many of your students are using it, you should be aware that a tool like this exists. It's a completely paid tool and it's a very costly tool. So for example, if you look at the pricing, uh, do they have pricing here? Yeah. So basically, it starts from $18, and in this $18, we can only use four prompts. So it's literally like around $45 per prompt. That is how much it costs. And what does it do? Let's look at some examples. So, for example, let's go and have a look at this business prompt, right? So, the prompt is write about sharing economy, analyzing the benefits and drawbacks, discuss different market participants and their roles. And this is the output we generated from that prompt. So, this is like a proper retake of mass M10 level theory. Yes, it is formatted. And like, not just that, it has almost everything. It's like, first of all, it's a PDF, so I can't make any changes. Uh, but yes, we convert it to and then it has all references also in any format that you might want. So it's like it has just completely replaced the research assistant. And like I said, it is costly, so $4 to $5 per month. So here even packaging becomes even more important. Sorry, ma'am? This will be AI content. We can easily identify as AI content. But like looking at it, this looks like another person has put in another effort to create such paper. Yes. It takes around 35 minutes to 2 hours. So it takes good time. It does a in deep research. And as you can see, so we have like examples from everything, right? Let's have a look at sociology example. So it's on gated community. Again, same thing. So, so this is thesis.ai. We have here, I mean, we have all of these things, Anara, Petal AI, explain paper, answer this, scholar saying paper, either they are paid tools or they will something similar. So, so Jenny, I'm going to discuss this. So Jenny is something I want to demo. Another thing is, like I have mentioned before, if you are like there are 10 research papers and you want to special with 10 research papers, I don't think there's a better tool than Notebook LM. So you can upload those research papers in Notebook LM and then have a conversation with them, create a mind map, so you understand what are the different concepts being discussed. You can do a deep dive on a particular topic. So for that, Notebook LM is the perfect tool. And for data analysis, basically we have Julius AI, but Julius AI basically was something similar to what we saw in ChatGPT. But what happens in Julius AI, there are some pre-made templates. So for example, they have a template for data cleaning, right? So you for anything, and they have already created those prompt chains which will do data cleaning. But again, it's a paid tool compared to ChatGPT. I would prefer ChatGPT over it. And I think it's around $15 or something. So I get ChatGPT for around the same money. So if you're doing a lot of data cleaning and a lot of great references, maybe it makes sense to go with it. So writing and editing, the first option is ChatGPT's Canvas. So basically, ChatGPT has this feature called Canvas. So if you want to use Canvas, basically we can go and click on Canvas, and then maybe let's say that was social media or mental health. I'm not going to do a deep research. I'm not going to search. So let's just see what ChatGPT has to say. So this is what is called as a canvas. So this is like a word processor which is inbuilt to ChatGPT. So once it finishes writing, I'll show you what's possible here, right? So basically, for example, what I can do is I can go and selectively ask ChatGPT things like this. So simple, like can you make this headline more engaging? So basically, you can go and look at like small things and you can make changes there. For example, I can even say that, maybe add another, I can go here and then I can ask it to add another paragraph here on top of a particular topic. So this is like another way of using ChatGPT. Like rather than use the chat feature, we can keep editing it here and keep adding more content. So, and I think we can also add comments here. So for example, I will go here, click on it, and explain exactly what I want. So this is another way that we can write within ChatGPT without even reading it. So the context is being shared between ChatGPT and us. Another one is called PaperPal, right? So like I said, it is also similar. I will not go into detail. Jenny is something that I wanted to discuss, right? So if you have a look at Jenny, this technical is stating that there are three pieces in there. And it really keeps up. I am not what is technical TXT, TEXT. Okay, I'll check up on that. I'm not aware of it. TXTA.ai. Okay. Looks like even Jenny is down today. So we ran into three issues. Jenny. Let me see some other link. Actually, Jenny is not allowed. Yeah, maybe it is. Okay. So let me connect to many Wi-Fi. I think it's a good thing. Jenny is such a powerful tool that I don't think it should be like allowed for students. We can quickly check. Yes. It's like it's banned to call it. Yes. But let's have a look at it and we'll leave it right in the like it's a paid tool, but it is actually when it is giving like in sentence, I won't say it's very costly, right? So it is around $12 and we get everything unlimited. Right? Even our chat GPT is $20. And what this tool does is pretty amazing. So let's create a new document, uh, right? So we can upload a PDF. Want to have like our own research papers. The reason upload PDF feature is so important is like, the institutes have basically subscriptions because of which we have access to all the research paper which are not available online, right? So that's why, for example, if the college has subscription to a particular magazine, you can basically download those PDFs and they have like link. This was for this particular person and all that. But you can upload those documents here, and then you can even like do more research on top of it. So let's create a new document, right? So what's the question that we want to ask? Again, let's go with the same one so we can have a good comparison. So impact of social media on mental health, let's say of teenage users, right? What are the additional settings that we have? Autocomplete and all of these options. And let's say start type. So very first thing, it has created. So if you want, you could have also started with an outline, right? So let's have a look at that. So I'll say, creative edits, let's say. So it started with a basic outline that we can follow. And now let's say, so one of the main concerns, let's say, that parents are facing today, let's say, and I'll stop, right? And then it is going to finish my sentence for me. So it's like one of the main concerns parents are facing for me is how to navigate the world of social media with their teens. I can go and click on accept. It has not just written the sentence for me, but also added a citation for me. So it is like, okay, so review of impact of social media on mental health of adolescents, right? And I can just keep hitting enter. I can keep writing. So if I have like just 3 lines of idea on a particular research topic, basically I can create an entire thesis out of this.
It's also showing that the prompt is average, giving an honest kindness.
So if the prompt is very good, it gives amazing results. So I'm just showing like a high level example. Like we saw in the illicit, right? So we can use basically that prompt here if you want. If we have a vague idea, we can even go to ChatGPT or Perplexity and ask it to make it specific. Yeah. So, but I think this is actually a very dangerous tool because I just started with, one of the big concerns that parents are facing today is how to make that the only thing I had written. And now I have like 3 lines, which sounds like I'm a very big expert in this field, right? I'm citing the right papers, I'm writing the right lines, and basically it is actually kind of absurd. And on top of that, basically they also have a chatbot. So basically, what I can do is I can tell it that okay, these are the research papers I want to understand. Can you help me find research gaps? It will tell you, okay, based on these research papers, these are the research gaps that I was able to find out, right? And then what it is going to do is basically you can pull it in your article, and then basically you can write an article on those research gaps as well. And like I said, the free version is very limited because we can only write like 200 words in a day. But just for $12, basically we can create like a content factory. And we are just giving that title and like a few initial guidelines, and then somebody can just simply keep hitting accept, and they will keep just churning out all of these research papers. So another thing that you would have noticed recently that in the news, right, they have been talking about a lot of papers are getting rejected or receiving because of all of these moral and ethical issues. Then people have started publishing papers like crazy. It's like a lot of pressure that okay, we have to publish right this year. And then people will hand tools like this to just clean paper. And then they ask because they are of quality. But somewhere down the line, when somebody is reading it, they find out that this is not where I need to be. And then they go and complain to the publisher, saying that hey, you have to go and vet it again. And so that is what is happening. So it is like the biggest concern that is today is even if it gets passed today. 3, 4 months down the line, it might be flagged as an AI paper, and then it will be receipted. And then basically, the name can easily get punished. So it is not like it is impacting here and now. This will be there forever. So if we put an AI content today, even like we go through all these plagiarism tools, rephrasing tools, and we're able to bypass all the restrictions that we have today. What will happen in future? All of these AI detection tools are going to get better. And if we are following the same values that are there today, then they will get that detection. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. So that's what. So like I said, right? So what the journals are saying is we understand that you're going to use AI tools. Like I said, they are saying don't like publish entire research with using AI. So that is their main concern. They're like you should take ownership of the work you're doing. Like for each and every sentence, if you are asked any question on it, you have a valid reason for why you are doing the research. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So yes, ma'am. So that is something which is being discussed right now. So like I said, because of Google's AI scientists, right? So that is the first holistic model we have got, which can basically do very comprehensive literature review. So now people are actually questioning that, should we even have literature review as something that we should be doing, right? So I think what will end up happening is the literature reviews by humans will become like a precious commodity and they will be very sought after. But like for doing this mass literature reviews where you have to go through hundreds of research papers, people also will start preferring AI because they are going to be they can have like a much more personalized literature review mechanisms rather than going in. So like one thing that will happen is slowly the literature reviews, the number of citations in literature review will go down. So even if people are publishing them, then if there is no citation, then those papers are actually like going to be like highly recognized. They're going to become just another paper, right? And slowly people will start moving to tools like this for regulation. We see that it's already happening now, but I think with the advent of something like Google's AI scientists and there are a lot of other people working on it, I think need for them to literature review itself will go away. So we'll have to wait and watch like what happens in this case. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. So, and that is something which is happening not just in research but in all the fields. So, what I would say is, like, if let's say a very young student who has like just finished his PhD or they're writing their first literature review, right? It is not going to be even at the standard that AI is generating, right? So those kind of like entry level jobs, not just in like research, but in any field, are getting replaced by AI. So one of the questions that we need to ask ourselves is that is how we gain domain knowledge and we have reached where we are. So what is the path that these folks are going to take, right? And that's why I think it has become even more important that we tell students both sides of the equation. One, how do you use AI? Basically, info and understanding. And second, also like the career path that we took to become an expert, that path will not work for them because that path no longer exists. So what are the alternatives that they can do? And I think because of that, what will happen is this moral ethical things becomes even more important to them. Because we don't have systems and processes to distill these things in them. Yeah. So I know that's a very big concern now. We don't have an answer to it. I don't think anybody does. That how the world is going to change. But like kind of a box, right? So now we get back and putting restrictions also will not work because let's say in India we put restriction, then our research in development is going to slow down compared to the other countries. So how do we navigate this environment? Nobody has a concrete answer. So another tool I think that, and I would say like, this is something I think college should take a subscription to rather than individuals. It's called Art Discover. Do you know about this tool? Has anybody used Art Discover? Okay, so just like Science Space that we're looking at, right? So I would say Science Space is an Indian competitor to Art Discover. So Art Discover is from this company called Edifast, right? So they have a lot of different AI tools. And basically, for anything that you want to do, you can basically use. So let's go and see attention is all we need, right? So again, they provide like some amazing features. Whether we want to sort by year, publisher, journal, institutes, they have a lot of different ways to do it. And all that they do a very good job. And one of the best features that they have is for listen. So, for example, maybe sitting down and through all this paper is a very tedious task. So we can just plug it into our headphones and basically listen to these papers. So any paper can be easily turned into an audio. Not just that, but we can, like when we are doing this kind of research, we can keep marking these papers as relevant. And from our voting, it actually understands what are the kind of papers we are looking for. So if we have to look at the pricing, so this is around 331 per month. So it comes around 4K per year. And when we look at teams, basically we get one discounts as well, right? So when we have a team of 10 plus, which can happen at an institute level, so we can get a 50% discount. So it can do like audio papers, video paper translation. We can have like, ask our discover and search in short and all of these things. They have a very good ecosystem. So it is like it is not one app, but they have different apps as well. So when we see this right, so one is Art Discover. I think they also own PaperPal. So it's like PaperPal, Art Discover, and Mind and Lab. And they have like a couple of other things as well. So for example, so PaperPal is again a writing tool, which is very similar to what Jenny does. So on the right hand side, as we can see, they have features like, if you want to make something more academic, improve fluency, simplicity, click down on a verbose content, all of those things are part of the box. Similarly, if you want to write, tell people what to write about, use previous text's content to tell people what to write next, right? And continue writing from your assess position. So all the things that we get in Jenny, basically we're getting in this tool. And like I said, they have a very good ecosystem, and like they are a very old company. So they have adopted this AI tools now, but they're in the research space for a very long time. We can translate. We also have some templates, like checks, and then we can also have doc PDF. So the subscription of this one tool per se basically gives us access to almost everything that we might need for a research that we might need. Huh? Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So they have like a lot of tools. So I mean, and I'm sure like since at some point the consolidation is going to happen in AI space, we're like in the initial stages, and we have seen like how the industry has evolved. Initially, there are going to be 10 different players, and slowly they will end up with two or three of them. So I feel like they are one of those people who are going to buy off other companies and they are going to become quite big. So if we can get a subscription of it and start using it, we might even get like a early mover advantage. Again, there is this another tool called natural AI. This does something similar to what we have seen for what do we call it? Illicit. So this is basically illicit on steroids. So same thing what illicit does. Illicit will give you a top code. This is it gives a lot more in-depth research, and it works on basically similar principles that we can add columns to understand what are the concepts being discussed here, what is the research methodology, and all of the different. And then we have site. Like, is there any tool that you have used but I have not mentioned here? Maybe Turnitin is one of them, but I guess Turnitin is everybody is using these days, right? So we don't need to cover it. So you use text. Sorry? Gamma. Okay. Gamma AI is that? Yeah. And another one was Texta, TXTA. So another one to write about, there is this another tool called Jasper AI. So again, Jasper AI is again another tool specifically for marketing, so to say, right? And if you have a look, this can also do like things. So knowledge content. So I would say they are marketing leaders right now in creating content, right? So if we are just writing articles or creating presentations and things like this is another. But like I said, it's a paid plan and it's quite costly actually. So it starts with $40 and then goes up to $60. Let's have a look at the other ones. Texta, AI blog IDs. So again, so Texta I guess is something similar to what Jasper does. Yeah. So it's a writing assistant, email and letter writing, blog automation. These things being said, I think one thing we have to be very clear about is all these things are using ChatGPT in the background, right? I'm not saying they're using some technology like ChatGPT. They're using the same AI model that ChatGPT uses, right? So anything that these tools are doing, basically, if you write a very good prompt, you can get the same result from ChatGPT itself. So that's why I focused yesterday only on trying to make you understand what are the concepts that we can get you to this from ChatGPT. All these tools do is they make our life easier that you don't have to create those elaborate prompts, provide all the context all the time. They do that kind of heavy lifting for us. So for example, if you want to do literature review using ChatGPT, we can upload like 10 PDFs and then do the same kind of research there as well, right? So this is Gamma. Okay, so it can create presentations actually in website. Like I'm not aware of this tool, but I'll definitely check it out. Sorry? Yeah. But I think like AI is going to become part of your daily life. Meaning there are like multiple reasons for it, right? So first of all of us complain that we are all overworked, right? Especially in corporate, it has become quite worse now. And generally, like all the other industries follow it. So I'm seeing like how much the work pressure has increased on me. So if I have to look like post-COVID, so one of the main things that has happened is all these companies thought the demands are going to increase quite significantly. And when I say significantly, they thought at 80 to 100%. And they hired people for it. And then what they found was actually rather than demand increase, it is slightly reduced. And that is the reason we are seeing that a lot of these layoffs happening and like not pressure in the. And generally, what we have seen from historical trend is uh, we have corporates, like let's say the latest industries that are happening right now. So there are like some prime movers and some laggards. So generally the companies which are in the forefront are technology companies. because they are very highly agile, right? So they can move really fast. And slowly they have a trickle down effect on the other industries as well. So slowly, this new kind of work culture which is coming up, which there's a term I've heard called corporate mazdoori, right? That's what people call it these days. Slowly, it is becoming like it's seeping into other industries as well. So only way to get out of it is I think using AI, right? Because there's so much focus on what are the results that we have to produce, and when we have those kind of KPIs and those kind of metrics to measure us, then I think we have to use whatever tools are accessible to us, right? And so AI is one of the AI is going to give us the biggest leverage possible, right? Yeah, I understand. There are so many ethical issues with it. There's so many like hack areas like Jenny. So it's like, is it like even okay to use tools like this to think about them? Right? Those tools are accessible. Like if we are not going to use them, there are other people already using it. So only thing we can do is basically be mindful about our use of AI. And the only way we can do it is by some amount of self-policing. Nobody else can come and impose that on us. So, for example, even Jenny.ai is from our campus right now. We all have mobile phones, right? And I can just write it on my mobile phone, send it to my WhatsApp, and then aram se have access to it. So, like even restricting is not going to work out. Because there was a time when we used to have only one device with us or one device in the house. Now all of us have like multiple devices. So the restriction will not really work for us. So another tool that I came across is called Sana. So again, so this is also by Y Combinator. So Y Combinator is basically a VC firm which has produced a lot of amazing companies, right? So this is a very early stage company as of right now, and it does pretty similar all the things in one box. We can upload PDFs, we can ask questions to it, right? And it can basically we can get explanations, we can write and all of those things. So, I mean, these are some of the tools I just wanted to introduce you to it. If you think any of those tools are useful for it, you can go and explore it by yourself. Uh, but I think there are a lot of tools. There are like any new tools coming out every day. For example, like I said, that AI tool, L2, which is basically an NGO. These tools were introduced only last month, right? And these tools are still quite raw. They still do a very good job. Another great tool that you can use, and I would say there's a disclaimer because DeepSeek is a Chinese company. So we don't know when India might change its policy when it comes to DeepSeek because all this data goes and sits in servers in China. And basically, Chinese government has like a lot of rules that if they go and ask DeepSeek on to give their data, they will have to give the data. It's pretty similar to what happened here, right? So generally, our data, even if we delete, has to be stored for 5 years. So that is a requirement in India. So for example, Gmail, LinkedIn, whatever we're using American companies, even if we delete something, if I'm an American user, this data gets wiped out in a year. But since I'm an Indian user using these applications in India, these companies are required to keep their data safe for 5 years, right? So DeepSeek has a similar thing that if there is any legal litigation or if they want any information from it, they will have to share. There is like no way that is going to happen. So if you have not had a look at DeepSeek, so first thing is DeepSeek is completely free, right? There is no paid tier, nothing like this. Second good thing about DeepSeek is basically this is just one of the ways to access DeepSeek. So I basically DeepSeek has made their models available to everybody to use, not just through their website, but I can even download their like 4 GB or like 8 GB model, have and run it on my own computer. So I don't even have to be connected to an internet to use DeepSeek, right? So I think that's one of the very good features. And they have this feature called Deep Think, right? They also search. So let's go and search for this. So while it is doing this, and but it's a little buggy. There's a lot of time when we run a prompt on this, it takes. Another tool while it's doing its work is called Manus, right? Manus is in the news a lot. I have not got access to it yet, but I just wanted to mention it, right? So if we have a look at what Manus can do, so it seems pretty impressive.
Use AI. That's here, critically, we believe is the next solution in it. And today, we're launching a very prepared Maps, the first general AI agent. This isn't just another chatbot or workflow. It's a strong autonomous agent that bridges the gap between conception and execution. Creatively stops at generating ideas and it delivers results. We see it as the next paradigm of human-machine collaboration, and potentially a glimpse into AGI. Now, let me show you Manus in action across three completely different tasks. Let's do an easy one. In this example, we'll ask Manus to help read resumes. For this analysis, the file contains 10 resume files. Since each Manus engine has its own computer, it can work like a human. First, as a human file, the browsing through each resume and report presentations and documents. This works asynchronously with Valve, which means it installs your laptop inside and then you notify you when everything's complete. Of course, you can also get Manus view descriptions at any time. Here are some Manus file more resumes. After carefully reading all 50 resumes, so as you can see on the right hand side, it has actually created a checklist all by itself of the things it needs to do when it's going to screen a resume. So it has given itself like a complete to-do list just from the prompt and the content you have provided. It's going through it sequentially. And it is like here they're giving an example of resume. And it provides activities in instance, along with candidate profiles and evaluation criteria as supporting materials. This is pretty good for a spreadsheet. Let's look at it. This has its own algorithm. So I can teach Manus in the next growth task. It will deliver a spreadsheet right away. In this example, where Manus has some research, it needs to filter newer properties based on multiple criteria. For complex tasks, Manus first breaking down and creates its movements. Manus begins by searching and carefully reading articles about the safest neighborhoods. Then Manus researches middle schools in New York. Manus writes a Python program to calculate the budget. Based on my budget, Manus filters listings on real estate sites. So the screen that we are seeing on the right hand side, this is not being controlled by anyone. So basically, it is browsing the internet also like a human does. So basically, you can go page by page, even if like, you can take control of the machine. So for example, you can say that in this folder I have these 10 search papers and I want to make a summary of it. So it will go open it, but you could open each PDF individually and it create the search file. Finally, combining all the information gathered, Manus writes a detailed report that compiles all the resources. This example, we have Manus performing correlation analysis between stocks. For professional data, Manus can access authoritative data sources through APIs. For validated required data, Manus begins writing code for data analysis and visualization. Purpose. Coding isn't necessarily the goal, rather a universal tool for solving problems. So looks like Manus has completed the data analysis and visualization. But interactive data visualization is even cooler. So I asked Manus to create a website based on this data. With preparation, Manus deploys the finished website online and provides me with a shareable link. Let's see what Manus has created. Just seeing is just a small sample of what Manus can do. In fact, on benchmark design for evaluate general AI systems, this is not relevant to us. But like you can see, like right now we're talking about ChatGPT can search internet and things like that. But they are at a completely different level. And this is the price that they have. So this costs around $200 per month. So one of the main concerns that Jeffrey Hinton keeps speaking, right? Jeffrey Hinton created this technology and got a full price for it, right? So he says that this is a good technology that if it's going to provide an playing field, or maybe that's our wishful thinking. What this might actually end up doing is it's going to make rich people richer and poor people more poorer. Because people who can afford to pay $200 per month for a tool like this. Basically, use of the stock analysis engine, right? So maybe I have like my own method of trading, which is like proprietary to me. But now, let's say I'm limited that, I don't know, I can, I'm ready to see some research. So basically, I can do the same research and apply the same methodology to all the stock markets in the world. And I can invest in all the stock markets all by itself. I can just give it permission that, hey, you can go to this website, like you can go to Share Khan, Share Khan, you can buy stocks for me, this is my username, this is my password. It can log in for me, it can get the OTP for me, it can make a call on what stocks to purchase, what stocks not to purchase, for how long to hold it for, after 3 months, whether it's the right time to sell. It can make all those calls for me. And they're not the only one. Even ChatGPT has like two versions right now. So their plus module costs around $20 per month. They have another one which costs $200, right? Similar to what Manas does. Even what they do is basically that Vedian is able to take control of the machine. Now, machine is not just a laptop, but it can also take control of a machine in the cloud. So, for example, I can have a machine sitting in America, which is on AWS. I can have ChatGPT running on it. It can basically make trade calls for me, or it can do whatever work I want to do from there. So, I mean, this is, I would say, the cutting edge technology that we have right now. Like I said, Manas was launched, I think, last month or the month before that. It's very new. They are in beta right now. But after Manas was launched, a lot of OpenAI models were launched, which do the same thing that Manas does. So it is like when the one tool comes out, there are 10 more pop up at the same time. They are charging $200 per month, but then the open source models run for free, right? So I'm getting the same technology, or like I would say the technology which is 80% there at zero cost whatsoever. So if I'm not aware of them, I don't see all the. So I think like within a year or two, I might become outdated, right? So that's why I'm saying just keep an eye out on what is happening in the very space right now. There are a lot of beautiful things happening, and I would say what is happening right now is something which happens once in a generation. And we have been fortunate enough to see at least two or three of these big changes. We saw the internet revolution, we saw the mobile revolution, and now we are seeing the AI revolution. So it's like before the mobile phones came out, none of us thought that we'll have a computer in our pocket all the time. So now we are seeing that we never thought that we'll have an assistant for us all the time. And now we have an AI assistant which can work for us 24/7, right? So broadly, that is what I had to cover for this FDP. I hope you got to learn a lot of interesting things, right? And a lot of things that you can use in classroom right away, and some pointers to take on how this space is evolving. Right? So thank you very much. But before I conclude, I would say I would request you to please provide me your feedback. Since this space is very new, I have to keep adapting based on what is really required. So we can use this QR code to basically provide a feedback. I'll also share the link on the WhatsApp. So if you're not able to scan it, you can basically click on it and use it. Just give me a second. So I've shared it in the WhatsApp group as well. So thank you, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, sir. As we conclude today's insightful session, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Anurag Kumar for sharing his expertise and guiding us so effectively. Your practical insights have been truly valuable. I would now like to invite Dr. Ranjit Kaur, HOD Humanities Department, to felicitate Mr. Anurag. Thank you, sir. And I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the management of our institute for enabling such enriching session. And it's really displayed the QR code. The same will also be sent in the group. Please, all the faculty members scan it and do give your feedback. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.